Is that all again? Sounds like not much, but maybe there's.
I just got one through.
Oh, you mean when on as the dragon? Yes. Okay, yeah. Cool.
Sounds good.
Works. Yeah. So the first one's free, and then after that, it's okay.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
makes
let's say
sense.
it's 6.
Yeah.
But you've got it on the table of the books.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll leave it use it that often, but it's good to know.
Stormbound. Back in Morozova Manor, we found several artifacts and items, one of which being the woodbook Root and Stem, which was sabotaged on the orders of, not on the orders, by the hands of Vans Bates, a, by all accounts, thief for hire, working, as we understand, for Alistair Blackthorne. When this book was sabotaged, it unleashed a very ancient, very unpleasant evil, a lich of corruption, Necrosis the Devourer. Necrosis the Devourer was defeated by you all and several of the Morotovas at the manor, but their, what you know to be their phylactery was not so easily destroyed, and the lich still endures. As you know from its attack in the tavern on your way to Greensgood, it is coming back to life in some units of days. The crown you took along with the damaged book and several other bits and pieces to Greensgood. While there, you got caught up in some council things. You haven't had a chance to talk with the council about the crown yet, if you should decide to do that. You do know that Elmwood is keen to talk with you all about that and has thoughts they want to share. While in Greensgood, Mornon got into a duel at the Obsidian Spire, the place of the guards of the Office of the Broken Crown, where Mornon was slain, very, very nearly beating their opponent, but ultimately not. From there, Mornon woke up in the body of Isaac Manytooth, and several shenanigans ensued, is the short of that. But ended up being the pivotal vote in whether or not the Shadowfen as a whole should unify, or if it should remain a group of isolated tribes. Mornon decided to go against the orders, basically, of the High Priestess Klaxi, and instead threw the vote away from unification to remaining as they are. For that, Mornon before he did, wrote a touching letter to Dietrich, and had some interesting conversations with Jarl Vulcan and the Flayed Lizard.
Vasgar.
Rawhide.
Totally ratchet dude.
Who
As he's referred to in my diary.
Who were planning to secede from Shadowfen if they unified.
Which one's Jarl again?
Jarl is the orc.
His arm was with Vasgar.
Yeah, Vasgar Rawhide, Jarl Vulcan, and then Isaac Manytooth would have been the other person there. Jarl Vulcan.
Did you take the name Vasgar from Vasgar?
Probably. Not intentionally, but yeah, pretty much.
Because he's got strong armor.
He's got no armor, he has no skin. He is the Flayed Lizard.
Would you be able to share these
Oh, yeah,
images
sorry.
in the
Yeah,
drive?
I'll chuck this PowerPoint. Or I'll chuck the images in the drive, yeah.
Not now.
At the Greenheart, the council then had a surprise emergency vote to declare Alistair Blackthorne an honorary member. Amanita spoke against Blackthorne, but ultimately ended up quite and Klaxi knocked her out more or less, hit a very powerful spell, and Amanita was down.
That's the same chick that killed Mormon.
Yeah.
That is the same chick.
Yeah.
She's such a
She's our
bitch.
nemesis.
She is.
High Priestess Klaxi.
Yeah, the
golden
Klaxi
woman.
bitch. Yeah.
I thought she
She
was going
also-
to be really cool. She
also
looks
filled
my suit with
yellow
sand.
Brightness.
Yeah.
Never trust someone who looks perfect.
So, like,
And she filled my suit with sand. So she was clearly sus right
The
from the
only
get-go.
other vote against raising Alistair Blackthorne to the rank of council member was one Archdruid Erin.
Yeah.
Ellen.
Like, you're an
Oh,
outside.
and Elmwood, sorry, yes, and Elmwood. Archer Ellen, a friend and treasured companion through last session, up until the end. Archer Ellen was woke. You met her after she woke from a daze after placing Mornon's consciousness into the new body, and then ducked off and did some research, then rocked up at the council with Ubas the Hunter, the troll who was another one of those swing votes on that issue of unification. After that, took Amanita, unconscious, out the back for some healing. Then, after you had woken up and you confessed to her about the books, I believe, did you tell her about the crown?
I don't think I did.
No.
I don't think so.
She
Crown, of
said
course, is missing currently. It's
she
unknown
did
where it
some
is.
stuff waving. Amanita woke up, and I don't know what crazy shit she did to the mushroom lady, but when she woke up, she showed the druid widow the root book, and the weird druid lady took it and bounced out. Is the summary.
Yep.
Yes. No
Very
crown.
accurate. Love it.
Yeah, so down asked to look at the root and stem the life book, grabbed it, and then after
broken the
saying a
shroom
quick
lady's
thank you,
brain.
teleported away.
I thought we could trust you.
Any questions on the read?
No.
That item.
Yes.
How do I make the item add the initiative and the wisdom rather than just editing my character?
I can do that, but it takes a bit of time. So
On the
for now, just manually do it
Okay.
or add a 10. But I'll sort that first.
On the recap.
Yeah.
Did Elmwood tell Amanita to visit him later in the...
Yeah, so Elmwood before the council meeting told everyone, because Balthazar told Elmwood about the crown,
Yeah.
Elmwood told all of you to come and talk about
How do
it.
you add initiative?
Amazing.
Overrides.
I think
Just add it.
that's about it. That's most of the important
To
people.
roll it and then add it as a plus.
Kara is ready to, yeah. Who was the hunter?
I have a name in my notes, but I can't remember.
Yeah, what's the name?
Give me 1 second. It was...
We have, of course,
Stas Greenclaw, but
they're
the
not
name was
names.
mentioned.
Stas Greenclaw.
It's got a head.
I wrote it down during the
Yeah,
section where
Stas
we were talking
Greenclaw,
with other
a
people.
toad of the raging heretics.
Okay.
A berserker type.
Right. I don't think we talked to them, but the name is
No,
there,
they,
yeah.
they would have been at the council meeting. They voted. Do you care how they voted?
They voted for.
There we go. They voted for unification.
It's on my list.
Amazing.
The raging heretics being in order of.
They have 5 votes.
Mechanically, they're zealot barbarians.
Okay.
They're in order of absolutely insane toads, known for absolutely cleaning up on the battlefield. Not people who are experts. Oh right.
Oh, and did you see the Stormbound Wiki, like, bit about...
I actually didn't get a chance to. No.
I just don't know if it makes sense as far as, like, deities and stuff.
Probably. I'll have a quick look if you like.
I'm pretty sure I stayed on track, but...
Deities are fairly fluffed. As long as they're linked vaguely to an element, they're deep in the
Oh,
lore.
they are.
Oh, cool. There you go. Which was the element?
Well,
I'm guessing
I'm
chaos.
debating, like,
Yeah.
one's chaos / corruption, I'm not sure which, and like, one half is... So there's 2 deities, depending on who's in... Aetheris, the god of ethereal, representing intangible and transformative, which would be like... I'm kind of thinking it's kind of woody, but I'm not sure. And then Tenebrius, the goddess of shadows, which would be kind of corruption, chaosy.
Yeah, the darkness is generally corruption.
Mm.
Awesome. Right, I actually need to go to the bathroom. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. So what were the deities? Tenebrius and... Not that...
Tenebrius and Aetherius. And Zara means
Two
flower of
identities.
blossom, so like the wood side.
Yep.
And then Zahim means dark or shadowy in the river.
So do your 2 identities, like,
In the same body.
different gods? Yeah, cool.
Both paladins.
Ooh, paladins. That's fun.
One heals, one fights. So, you know,
One's hand takes...
giant scythe,
Can
hooded
you
robe with
switch-
eyes on it.
Can you switch, like, grenade encounter?
Yeah, I needed to actually do a coin to flip. This. I don't have a
Here,
coin on me.
I've got
Do you have
one.
a coin?
Yeah.
The plan is to flip it around, like flip a coin to see who.
See who's actually playing.
And when we're talking
I
in
have a
dialogue,
D&D coin if you want one.
I need to get like a proper like coin for it though.
I had a Witcher one.
But yeah, and if like someone's about to die, and Zara's not in charge, she will start whispering in her brother's ear like, "You've got to let me take control. Like they're gonna die." It'll be good.
Glossed over this when you arrive.
But you'll find out more.
But
I've got some plans.
where are you staying? Are you staying in the council, the old palace, which
Yeah,
is
we
the
never
council
actually stayed in
room? Are you staying at the Selenium Sisterhood Sanctuary, or are you staying in like an inn tavern type place?
Amanita will be not even staying in their quarters, but will probably just be sitting in the grove, like lying in the grass. That's where she'll sleep.
The greenhouse.
Oh, that's probably
As in the sanctuary?
Maybe I should just do like a virtual point.
Probably with her staff.
Yeah, I'm tempted to do like a virtual flip a coin because coins are gonna go everywhere if I keep flipping a coin.
I am.
I used to have a
weirdly
D2.
for the coin fairly well if you don't go.
I have got I've got a large collection of randoms. Let's have a look. I'll borrow this one.
Well, I'm dead, so I don't think I've got a choice.
So that's my
You could
Cthulhu
always
D2.
roll a D6 and then take
Exactly. Yeah.
That would be dull.
Cool. I heard Selenial Sisterhood, so I'm going to say that you're staying there. Unless anyone has anything else.
Yeah.
I don't think I had. No, I didn't have a picture of that. That's fine. So it's a big
Did Balthasar
fungal
say
building.
goodbye to everyone before he goes? Just
He
Probably.
just left.
Yeah, so we'll gloss over it just because it's fiddly, but yeah, a messenger from Alexander Morozova comes back, telling them Balthazar back at base, pretty much, and introducing. Would you like to introduce us to your character?
Yeah. Do you have the art?
Oh yeah. Where is that? Is that in the art
Oh
file?
no, just show the
Oh yeah, I can do that.
character. portrait.
So how do you show up to us? This is
So, where would we have had this encounter? Probably at the Sisterhood.
Yeah, this would have been at the system. So this probably would have happened probably early in the morning, after a very rickety night of everything having been gone, stolen.
you're not allowed in the heart of the system. Just
There'd be a central building that would be basically a giant mushroom in the centre, at least some sort of fungal building, and then several other quarters and that sort of allowed for guests. Bloody thing updated, and I can't seem to show character art anymore, which is annoying.
I'm sure I can.
Pre or post long rest?
Post long rest, good old post long rest. It's all good. Actually, sorry, I can show. I just need to do this in half a second.
It just doesn't show the road because I haven't generated that on my journey yet, but I will.
Did you generate the coins on Midjourney?
I did.
Very cool.
Not quite what I wanted, but close enough. Some of the other generations were like, yeah. So essentially, you see this hooded figure, giant scythe on the back, like huge carved wooden handle for the scythe. Hooded figure, and across this cloak is just eyes. Like there's eyes everywhere. And the whole cloak is just whispering, just muttering. If you listen quietly, you might
Like
hear the
actual eyes
voices.
or drawn?
Actual eyes. They're always looking.
Do they look like they've been taken
It's like
from
thousand
people
eyes
and put
with
on there, or is it magical?
No, it's like magical eyes. But they never close. They never blink. They just stare. And if you knew your stuff, you'd know that the eyes were actually, this cloak was called the optic veil.
The optic veil.
And just hooded figure, and underneath is this lovely lady. Yeah, which is kind of like the polar opposite of what you just saw. She has chainmail on. Kind of, like kind of.
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
It actually looks a bit more like
That's
this.
Thousand Eyes Restraint.
Oh, yeah. Rope eyes.
Oh, actually, no, this one did.
It's actually a D&D item. But yeah, so she shows up, and
that one actually kind of looks like a cave.
yeah, that's pretty good. And then as she runs into you guys, would Balthazar have left already, or would he still be there?
Up to you.
I assume he would have still been there, and Zara would have just come up and said, Balthazar, you are needed elsewhere. Is this the group that you... Oh, we would have met, like, earlier, but, like, this is the group. And then you just hear out of the back of her head just another voice. They're useless. It put us in this situation. Be kind, brother. Be kind. And it's basically it. Like, doesn't talk much. Seems to be talking with her brother more than you. You're just like on the side. Usually talking about you.
This crazy person here.
You know, like would be openly saying like, this mushroom lady looks like she's not all with it. This cat looks like she cares more about her beauty than the world. You know, and the brother and sister would be agreeing with each other and talking about you openly, like not hiding anything.
Thog would be along there with a number of scrolls and that sort of thing. Tell Balthazar to bid his farewells. Balthazar jumps on the shoulder of Boff. Boff pulls out a teleport scroll and crack of lightning, they would be gone.
Yep.
Leaving the four of you. What's your character's name, just so I can find it in the enormous...
Archeon.
Archeon, love it.
Are they in the folder at all? Can't seem to see.
Oh, no, I've got it in the random one-shots, my bad.
Oh, that's right, I can get it from there. I just need to put them into the founder so I can see the stats and such. Randall one-shots or Randall one-shots 2? Do you know?
Probably random one-shots, but I don't know. Yeah, it's random
Ice
one-shots.
Archeon Bolivia.
Bolivia, yeah.
Yeah, Bolivia.
Maybe instead of flipping a coin, I could do like a slightly higher D roll, and then like go more to the light or more to the evil.
I think I've
So,
only got one now.
that could be fun.
Because there was a level 21 and the level 8 one, so I'm hoping you don't accidentally put level 21 in there.
Hey, confirm. It's nominal power. Just out of there.
Itty bitty.
Very, very short existence in them. Yep, that looks right.
Yeah, I'm so keen for this guy to hang around for 3 sessions.
We've got some invincibility friends, don't worry. Alright, lovely.
I gift you plot armor.
The armor of plot. So with the three of you, not Jose's character yet, in the Greenwood Sanctuary, it's early in the day. Amanita, you are now down the book. That's been gone. After Ellen, nowhere to be seen. It's all very quiet. And there is a knock at the door. Probably rather several of the Slanger sisters showing through this person, but yes, it's generally into the living chambers. And they see our other new character in this session. Jess, would you like to introduce us to Archeon?
Hello, my friends. My name is Archeon. I've heard that you travelled with a long friend of mine, Mornon. Is he around somewhere?
Now, the last you all
We
saw
don't.
Mornon, he had just ducked out of the council session after the attempted insurrection attempt, or more threatened of insurrection attempt from the Orc and Basker Rawhide had gone astray. He ducked out during the whole speech around Alistair Blackthorn and that sort of thing, and then he didn't come back that afternoon.
And he was in a different body at that point.
He was in a different body during all this, yes.
Amanita will say, it appears it is becoming a pattern for those from the Court of Fire to abandon this group. We have not seen him.
I'm not sure what you're implying, miss, but I know the friends of mine from the Court of Fire would never abandon a fellow comrade.
Well, then we might prove fast friends.
Maybe.
I don't like this guy at all.
You don't say.
Not me, Amanita.
Yeah. So does anyone know where Mornon might have gone? What's happened to him?
Mornon is Alistair Blackthorn or a lizard?
Amanita just looks at you quizzically.
Archeon's been here for a while, so he probably knows who Alistair Blackthorn is.
Yeah,
but
he's either Alistair Blackthorn or a lizard.
Why
or
would he
both.
be a lizard?
Because he was no, he was a lizard. So the same druid bitch that screwed with her brain and made her give a book away turned him into a lizard, or turned the lizard into him. I'm not clear on the exact details, but definitely there was a lizard. He had many teeth.
The memory of Mornon's body disappeared long before his soul.
And the druid lady, she did it. She was in it.
This druid lady?
No, not this druid lady. She's the shroom lady. This is shroom lady. She messed with shroom lady's brain. There's something weird about the druid lady, but the druid lady had Mornon. Mornon died by the guy, the axe guy, Rex. I've got his autograph. See? Got his autograph and his flag.
How would Mornon be beaten in one-on-one combat?
What?
That's a fair question.
He got cut in half with a sword. I was watching. The canapes were good. Anyway, we went to get him, and he turned into a lizard. And the druid lady, she was responsible probably for that. So he was then a lizard, but he thought he was Mornon. Maybe he was. It was hard to tell. And then he ran off, and then he was Alistair Blackthorn. And now he's vanished.
This all sounds very confusing. But Mornon died, and then he was brought back
Yes.
As a lizard.
as a lizard.
Yes.
You don't know where this lizard went.
The lizard booked it
Okay.
as Alistair Blackthorn.
So we should find Alistair Blackthorn?
So
Should
Mornon...
not find Alistair Blackthorn.
Well, Alistair Blackthorn's really nice, but the lizard Mornon was scared of something and was running away. Like
That doesn't sound like Mornon.
he was running
He would
away.
normally stand and fight.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I trained him to do.
Where he was running away. So I don't know. He did some. I had some drinks with Alistair.
And some mushrooms too.
And I had some drinks with Alistair.
There's a knock at the door.
I'll go and answer it.
You see, you're greeted by one Sister Cybin, an old friend of yours from the Greenswood Sanctuary. Yet another a member of the Slineal Sisterhood. She's not a Greenseer, but she's of quite a high rank. You see, she says, "Excuse me, sister.
Yes, sister.
There is the Archdruid is here to see you, but she seems rather unwell.
Unwell.
Yes, we've taken her through to the hospice. Would you be willing to see her there?"
Yes, my companion's welcome to join.
She asked for all of them, yes.
Well, you might get some answers from this druid.
With that,
The
Zara
druid that turned
goes.
Mornon into the thing?
Correct.
Come again, sir, David?
Okay.
Zara's going to be like, "Oh, we're meeting the Archdruid. I better adjust to my appearance." And shifts weaves into like this beautiful, like regal attire, like this dress.
Did you know Mornon?
I think, brother, do you remember Mornon? Maybe. Did he come through?
He did.
Yeah.
He did come through. I'm sorry, we have so many visitors. It's just another person, I guess.
You weren't here when all this went down?
I just arrived.
Ah.
You see, sorry,
I did a bit of voice.
before she leaves,
Zara's voice is
Cybin-
good. I just don't know what's he. Yeah. I need to say him voice. I'll get there.
You see, before she leaves, Sister Cybin says, she was found holding this, and takes out a small, almost shoebox-sized, simple wooden chest.
Okay.
Unlocked, clasped with a little sort of pin, but that's it.
Can I open it?
You see, you open it, there are two things inside. A folded piece of paper, and the rusted crown.
Ooh.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Where's that camera?
Give us one moment. Can I open the...
Yeah. You open the piece of paper, simply reads, "Your problem again, XXX, thanks for the book." In a quite elegantly written hand.
Fucking Blackthorn.
No, that's the druid.
As it happens, have a letter from Alistair Blackthorn. You could compare
Yeah,
handwriting.
can I compare that? Is the ledger?
Yeah, for sure. You have the... So within that ledger, there is a letter from Alistair Blackthorn to Zan's
Of course, yeah.
as you look through that, vastly different handwriting. Alistair Blackthorn writes like kind of like an extra, but it's all capitals. It's quite straight, neat.
Yeah.
This is swirling, curved calligraphy.
Yeah.
I go, I think he's not as bad as we're making out. I mean, Mornan was a bit sort of worried about... I'm not sure he was worried about him. It's hard to know what was going on because Mornan was the lizard. But he gave me this, and he didn't take my dog, and...
Amanita walks up to you and pulls the pin from your lapel.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, dang it. Oh, that's going to be good. Give us a second. I've forgotten my scores. Wisdom?
Yes.
23.
Nothing.
Can I detect magic on it? Just as I hold it?
Certainly can. What level do you cast detect magic?
Whichever one my wand of magic detection gives me.
That'll be third.
Yeah.
So detect magic doesn't work like this. I'm getting confused between system rules.
It's going to be some of that.
There is a trace on this.
Yeah.
Is the long and short of it. There is divination magic present of the sort you would use to tell location, possibly other information as well.
Okay. I will take it. I will say, Electra, we don't take trinkets from those who seek to do us harm. Can I step on it and try to take it?
It is solid iron, but you can give it a go.
Oh, no, okay, solid iron, then no, I won't. We're going to be disposing of this.
Who is that?
This
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Is
That
there
would
any-
be mine?
Detect magic shows an aura around the thing that has magic on it.
Yes.
Correct? So they would see the magic on it.
Yes.
This man is tracing us.
I tap on it
Mm-hmm.
like a microphone.
There's a little bit of...
Hello? Hello? Do I hear anything?
There's no reply.
Sister
It's
Simon,
not working.
Yes,
Could you do us a favour?
indeed.
Dispose of this.
So they kind of bubble it in magic and head off. They say, you know your way to the hospice, so you'll be waiting there. The archsteward will be waiting there.
Just because you gave away your book doesn't mean you can give away stuff that belongs to other people too. It's not my fault you gave away your
If you
book.
had been in the council and could have corroborated my account, perhaps Alistair Blackthorn wouldn't now be on the council.
I was turning Lizard Mornan into Alistair Blackthorn so that he could run away not looking like Lizard Mornan.
And clearly it's done us so much good.
Well, who knows where Lizard
Amanita
Mornan is?
pissed and will walk out.
Heading anywhere in particular?
The hospice.
The hospice?
Okay.
Anybody else?
I shout
fancy
after
out?
you. That bitch Claxy might have been right about you being hysterical.
So mean.
Can I cast silence?
Yeah.
She gets that a lot.
Zara, you going along as well?
Actually, let me just flip a coin real quick.
I feel awful being mean.
Heads or tails?
I'm going along.
I don't.
Coins or tails?
Tails? Okay. Zahim's gonna come out.
Let me just
Immediately shifts
sort my...
into like some like leather armor on the stiff. It's not really leather armor, he's just doing his thing. And he goes, "Those who are nearly dead have only themselves to come back. It is up to them to decide. I shall go and see what this hospice is."
You all head off to the hospice. Hospice, small medical wing, part of the sanctuary. Sanctum. You see in a bed there laid out the Archdruid. She's 2 foot longer than the bed is, so she's kind of her legs are kind of over the edge. She sits there trying to be comfortable. You see 3 or 4 who you presume to be monks, maybe sorcerers. Definitely, you presume to be part of the Secret Third, the order of which she is the Archdruid of. You see they speak very quietly to themselves, and as you enter, you see they kind of get the Archdruid's attention, and then they immediately start to exit the room.
Is there anything that we don't really know anything about the Secret Third or any words that
You
they might-
distinctly know nothing at all about the Secret Third. Archeon, you're new. You can roll if you want to know anything about the Secret Third. That's a history check.
with advantage? Savos is with us, presumably, yes?
Yeah. What do you do?
He
Is
never
that a crit
leaves.
fail?
No.
Can I roll
Yeah.
as well?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, so you can.
Advantage.
Oh
It's a
god, I haven't even got my dice out yet. Actually, don't bother. I'll
24?
get my dice out.
You'll know a little something. A small little bit.
Plus 7, 17. Thanks to advantage, otherwise I had
What's this history?
Savos is
History
worth coming
with advantage.
glad he's back.
Wow. Yeah. 10.
Actually, that's right.
Why
He's
does she
been
have
playing
that?
everything solo away from me, so that's why I thought he was just gone.
Yeah.
Nice. Haven't been around.
The predominant doctrine in the Divine Church of the First Element is that everything in this world is either dominated by divinity or corruption. Is either good or evil. The Secret Third defy this paradigm and opt for the idea that there is things that exist outside of divinity and corruption. They look at them not as 2 elements that subsume everything else, but simply as 2 things that exist in addition to the rest of the world.
Okay.
They are a little bit like they're a splinter off of the Divine Church from a very long time ago, who do their own thing.
They're like
elsewhere.
Grey Jedi.
Little bit, yeah, a little bit, vaguely. They're great at it, but they have quite a decent bit of political power. The Divine Church doesn't like them very much because they view them as heretics. They're exact like teachings that are all completely secret. The Divine Church spreads their message like anything. The Secret Third are completely insecure. Unless you are an anointed member, you know nothing about what they do and what they think. But they have advisors. There are a lot of mages are trained within the order and then go and become advisors to political powers and that sort of thing. So they're around a bit.
Okay, and the rest of the guys are leaving as we walk in.
Yeah, as you
it's
begin
just
going
the
in, they
Archdruid.
just start to leave, so it's just the Archdruid.
Did you want to say something first?
She looks quite badly injured. You see she's got what appears to be a broken arm wrapped up in several bandages and in a sling. There's quite a number of cuts over her faces. She's got bandaging all around her waist, and her left leg. She's clearly been in some sort of scrap.
I don't have any healing magic anymore.
Oh, she doesn't look like she's in a hospital. She's been taken care of, but lingering injuries from some great fight.
Anita will kind of stand back and just look at him.
Are you the one that transformed Mornon?
Yes, I came to talk to you all about that, and about what happened at the council meeting yesterday.
I'm Archeon Blair, old
see.
friend of Mornon.
You see, she kind of moves her right hand as if she would shake if she could, and she says, "Indeed, I'm Archerd Erwin. There is much we must discuss. I am sorry for what's happened to your friend.
What's happened to him?
They are missing, at least.
Okay.
I, yesterday, was put under some sort of spell by someone else, and performed a ritual on your friend, moving their mind to another body. I then tried to investigate what happened to me, and was knocked unconscious, and woke up only a few hours ago.
Can I insight?
Absolutely, you can get inside.
You just hear, she's weak.
As you're
From the
looking
cloak,
skeptical, you see she says, "From what I have heard, someone else was using my image."
Okay, that's going to be a 29.
I got a 6 on it. So honestly, I know a lot
Yeah.
less than you know.
That sounds right. 29, did you say?
29.
That's an insanely good roll. She's telling truth, long
Yeah.
and short of it. You see on her face regret. She seems incredibly disappointed in herself that this has happened. She almost seems ambivalent to whether or not you believe what she's saying. It looks like she's almost giving a confession.
With 6, I think she's lying.
With a 6, then, yeah, people say things, she's admitted to putting the brain of your friend in a different body. That can't be good.
What did you do to my friend?
You see, as you go to point up to her, as you get within about a meter or so, this field of green light wraps around her in a sphere just as you go to touch it. She does have some sort of defense in place.
Can I walk forward?
You can.
And then I'll say to her, and you don't remember anything of what happened? Or you were conscious the whole time? You're aware of...
I was attacked in the Dawnkeeper Library, in their archives. I woke up in an alcove there a couple of hours ago.
And what were you doing in the library?
I was trying to research the spell used on your friend.
And you have no memory of stealing our artifact?
As far as I can tell, that wasn't.
The Sisterhood considers forgetting the greatest crime that can be committed upon a person. The worst thing that someone could experience. I do not blame you, and I'm sorry that you went through this. But you did slight us. I'm not sure whether we can trust you again.
So she nods and she says, I'm, with what possible respect there is, less interested in your trust and more interested in your aid. I need to know what happened. People reported seeing me here yesterday evening after the council chambers. Apparently, whoever it was that looked like me left with you. I need to know what happened after that. I know what happened in the council chambers, that's public record, but whatever happened afterwards is only the...
Wait, hang on, can you say that again?
Whoever it was that looked like me, after they were in the council chambers, left with Amanita and Elytra, and I don't know what happened after that.
I'll look at you.
Okay. Well, you
Then,
went mystic.
when the book was stolen.
You went woo mystic because
Oh.
the Claxy
I'm
bitch.
just a bit slow tonight.
How
No,
do
no,
you?
that's right.
I ask
So
her.
what she's saying is
Sorry.
that
It
the
wasn't
last
her that
time
you gave
it
the
was
book
her was when you first met her after the ritual
Yep.
that put Mornon in a different
Yep.
body.
Yep.
After that, she left.
You
to do
didn't
some
meet her
research.
then.
Yep.
Then the
So
next
you've
time
never
you
met
saw
her.
Her, who she's now claiming was an imposter,
Yep.
was when she rocked up with Ubas the Hunter at the council meeting.
Yep.
And then all
So
through that council meeting,
she was an
the
imposter.
stealing of the book.
Yep.
She's saying she has
So
no memory.
Balthazar
she
had
wasn't
never
someone's
met her.
imposter.
Okay. So I go. Where do you stand on Claxy?
The High Priestess has her function in the council. I disagree with her on many things. The Secret Third has a long history of operating against the Order of the Sundering Sky.
Is she or is she not a bitch?
Yeah, you could put that way.
All right. Okay. So you came out the
Draw
Claxy
my
bitch. The Claxy bitch.
Can we take
You-
it down now?
You
No,
see,
not
she
yet.
starts conjuring a spell in her as you draw a weapon, just preemptively.
Just a minute. The Claxy bitch called her hysterical because she was like, "What?" about Alistair Blackthorne in the chambers, and I went in and
I
said,
heard
"No,
she
you remember that?"
attacked her.
Yeah,
And
well,
was-
somebody did, and then you took her out and went woo with your mystical stick and healed her. Supposedly, I was a bit sus at you because, like, you turned Mornon into a lizard.
You actually notice that the Archsteward doesn't have either of her stars. that we've
Okay.
seen her carrying previously.
You had
She
a wa-
when she was in the council chamber.
Okay, you had a wavy stick and you went woo, and you brought it back to life, and she showed you our special book, and then you took it
Can I
and gone.
make a history check maybe to remember anything about those stars? Like
Yeah,
which
history
Yeah.
with advantage. for your own,
Would they
your own
have?
business.
I mean, it would be a them.
Because I'm done. What was the deal with healing
25.
spells? Because I've got cure wounds. I've got
On the
AIDS.
table.
There's a rule sheet here. The level 1 healing spells do an extra dice. Level 2 and above are a level 1.
Yeah. To
You
recall.
called her hysterical as well, brother.
So it's just my.
Wait, you were there?
healing wounds.
Yeah, that was later.
No, but
Because
they-
When
she
she
stole
got
my
dusted.
because she stole my stuff. She stole my stuff just because, like,
as mine
I
has
had
been stolen
staff?
as well.
Cure wounds is 2.
Yeah. So what do I recall about those stars? I got 25.
You recall a couple of things. They were very
27,
They were 27. Like on the basics, they were very large, well too large for a regular-sized humanoid to wield effectively. Archery Ellen is half giant, half elf, so she's about 8.5 feet tall. Wields enormous staves. In metal. You would know that 27. I think this is new information for you, but they are a symbol of the Archdruid. They are to represent responsibility and wisdom, each coming as aspects of the secret form.
Would they have had a wood-like appearance?
Absolutely, yeah. They're made of wood, and then it's almost like an ice or a quartz crystal at the top of each of them. That picture there is the better one of what they look like, being crystal at the top and then wooden handles.
So just connecting dots.
Mhm.
The Archdruid's missing. Oh no, I'll say this in person actually.
Yeah.
So from what I'm gathering, we had a book stolen, 2 books stolen, in fact, a lantern, and your staves.
and my present, but you stole it.
What happened to the lantern?
The lantern has disappeared with the crown and the book.
From what we know, many of these artifacts were artifacts of elements and great power. Is it possible that your staffs were as well?
The staves are not of elemental relics. They were forged in history. We know of their origin. They are associated with the element of wood, but not in that way. They are part of something larger.
Something larger.
Something within the secret fort.
Just sorry.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of recap this session.
Yeah.
Temp HP is unaffected by the healing changes, right?
Yep.
Like, so aid is not affected by.
Aid gives you... No, aid can be effective, Jeff. If you cast aid, aid can be a first level spell.
Yeah, so it's a second level spell.
Yeah,
but
So
does it-
downcast.
so
it would
you
go up
cast this
to-
at first level.
So it would get an extra 5, right? Is it?
So, no,
No,
because it's a
so you
second
can-
level spell,
you can
rules
cast
is written
it at
for this,
first.
you can cast it at first. And then when you cast it at second, it gets the effects of casting it at third.
Yeah,
levels
yeah.
as
So
well.
at third level, it goes up by 5. Doesn't it?
Yeah, it goes up by 5
Yeah, yeah.
points
So
each.
yeah, I was right.
So you could cast it at a max of 4th level and get the benefits of casting it at 5th.
Well, I'm a shitty half caster, so I only get second level spells. I think.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, paladin.
And that means I don't use spell points because
You
there's
can
not
use
really
spell
any
points
point.
as a half caster, yeah.
Although there's not really any point, is there? You only have, like,
It's. I mean, for you, it might work out well for your smites if you're doing a combat heavy session, but I'll leave it to you.
spell points again?
Pardon?
How do you put it into the D&D Beyond?
It's in
there's a
there at the
feat.
bottom of your feet.
You'll find a feat called, I think it's called spell points. There should be one for full casters, one for half casters.
Yeah, I've added
It's
maybe I will do
I'll
that.
do it when we come to combat.
yeah, there probably won't be any combat this session. I mean, it depends on the choices you make. I'm not expecting there to be much.
Can you not upcast smites? That seems weird.
Smites you can upcast, yeah.
It just doesn't seem to be reading me D&D Beyond. But anyway.
There's just no they're just not in spells, so you just tick them off.
Anyway.
Okay.
You see the Arch Aaron says, so I took this book. What was it?
This book was an artifact of wood, one of
The
few.
tomes.
It belonged to Morozova Manor and was entrusted into their care to keep out of dark evil.
On the mention of
Yeah, on the mention of that, which is here, Barker was not pleased. Not pleased at all.
Father was not pleased.
Barker,
Oh, Barbara.
I would not show your face without the book and the manner.
Noted.
Excuse me. Like, you just rock up here and, like, just start being rude to everybody. I can be rude to Shroom Lady because, like, I know her and she's just destroyed my shit. But you've not even met us, and you come up having been nowhere, while Klexy bitch has been trying to kill everybody and Morning's vanished and all this sort of stuff, and then you come up here and tell us we're doing a shit job. You go back to bugger her and tell her that, you know, we're doing fine. Thank you very much. And tell Dietrich he can stay there while you're at it.
I'm here to fix the situation.
Yeah.
You see, Archduke Aaron says, you're from the Morozovas.
Yes.
Do you know what's kept there?
Yes.
We are in dire trouble if that has escaped.
You know
It has.
what was kept there?
Why do you think the Morozovas are moving?
You see, without saying a word, she casts her eyes to the door that the acolytes went through, and after a few minutes, one of them comes in, and again, they don't speak, they just make eye contact, and the acolyte says, "It will be done," and heads out of the room. And the Archduke continues saying, I am aware of it, yes. The Third was involved in its inception. And you remember back to the way you first found out about this was from the memories of a druid in the cellular network.
Of course, yeah.
Who it would seem was a druid of the Secret Third.
Mm-hmm.
Siren says, that creature presents a risk to us all.
Can I take the box and open it and then pass it to her?
Thank you. And no, you see, she takes that.
I do raise, like, all my eyebrows.
She does give you a quizzical look, though. Of it sounds like this is exactly.
Okay,
what you do.
can I like hold my hands
No,
on?
you've already done it. You've already done it. No take
God, I'm an
pieces.
idiot.
Looks into it, poignantly hands you back the box,
Making a point of it.
and he's.
I'm just trusting her again.
You see,
You realize
She-
the breath you were holding the entire time.
she would know this. You see, she says, "So you've defeated it for now."
Yes.
That will not hold up long, according to the Crown. I do not know what would be done about that. Without the light that would turn to contain such a thing, it is outside the powers of my order as it exists. We are not what we once were.
The diminishing has affected us all.
You say you were in the library,
Yes.
and that's the last you remember.
The Dawnkeeper Library, yes. I was deep in their catacombs searching through the records.
Where exactly were you?
I was. She doesn't. I don't have the name. You see, she explains to you the location she was. She was in the archive on dangerous spells and banned magic. I had recalled some time ago reading of a ritual that would have a similar effect to what happened with Mornon. If I was doing that, even if I was commanded to, as I believe I must have been, I would not be able to do it without such a book. I was going to check if the book had been checked out and who, but I did not get to reach the records in time.
Which book?
It is...
Always a fucking book.
A lecturer in the ongoing saga of books.
Did we actually ask her how she got into the situation? Like, how she's injured? Like, who actually
Yeah.
did it?
Nope.
Oh,
you
I
see,
thought I assumed that was from the library.
She
Oh, no,
said she
no.
got knocked out.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, but does
she's got a broken arm, busted leg.
Did we actually ask her if
She
she
doesn't remember, she's
remembered
just
anything
taken it.
before, or like who knocked her
I've
out?
asked none of those questions. She explains the book is the book
More
is
important matter.
the
Okay,
book
okay.
is the
Way more
Corpus Mysterium.
Corpus Mysterium.
Corpus as in the body.
Corpus.
Mysterium as in mysteries.
Well, I'm gonna ask her that. I'm gonna be like, to knock out a woman such as you, looking up and down at the giant size of this woman.
Giant master spellcaster.
Yeah, someone must have been either very tricky or very large. Do you remember anything?
I do not. You see, she kind of looks over her injuries. Anyone wants to give me a medicine check if you want to try to determine what exactly the cuts on her face could be.
Yeah.
Everyone
And I'm going to use my special ability to add 6 to that.
Ooh.
Nice. To 24.
Seven.
That's a nut.
7?
7.
They look like cuts.
Yeah.
24.
24, that'll definitely tell you.
She's cut.
25.
25.
Did you say that we get
And this
we
party
get an
rolls well.
advantage
What?
with
This
it?
party rolls.
Not on everything. Just
Knowledge
on
from a
history.
past life is...
Oh, just on history.
I got 7. I do not roll well in
Oh,
this
okay.
campaign.
Funny thing is, I would have
That's
actually
fine.
rolled
Yeah, yeah.
anyway, even with my nat 20.
Really?
24, 25. These
Seven.
look like they were made with some sort of like dagger or possibly even a sword, which is very odd to have a bunch of slashing sword cuts on her face and over the left side up 2 or 3 of them.
Electra looks and goes, I have seen marks like these made by the claws of the larger cats in the desert. Nods wisely to herself.
She thinks on that and doesn't say anything. See, she says, I have no memory. I remember walking through the hallway and then waking up there. I assume something must have got the better of me, which
They can be sneaky too.
very few things are quiet enough to sneak up on me, and more to the point, powerful enough to bypass the magic defenses I have.
Cats are quiet. Spiders are quiet.
Archeon, you call back to that the green light sign here when you reach down a thing. You can do an Arcana check.
Things in armour aren't
You're a
quiet.
wizard, aren't you?
Oh, that's right.
Advantage.
Finish. That'll be a 17.
17. They're basically running a permanent shield spell.
Okay.
So, like, mechanically, they have an incredibly high armor class for a spellcaster. And that sort of, like, free, powerful spell constantly is not trivial magic. You would not be capable of that. That's the sort of thing that, yeah, you're an archdruid. It's high level stuff.
I'm so sorry, I've been getting the Savos thing wrong. It's advantage for me, but +2 to you.
Cool.
That's how we were
okay.
doing it previously. I just got that mixed up. It's been a while.
That would have been 16.
16 was still good.
Yeah.
I think
6th level spell.
yeah. I just mixed up the abilities, sorry.
That's all good. So the Archdruid says, I want to find out what exactly is happening, why someone's impersonating me. I could benefit from your help if you wanted to know what happened to your friend.
What do you need help with?
Well, retracing my steps could be a good start to the Dawnkeeper Library. From what I hear, whoever was impersonating me, or I was seen taking Ubas, the hunter, from prison. That is an extremely odd move, and I think it would be well to talk with the Troll. There are 6 of us. We could split up. Saddles being the 6th. We could split up and achieve these both at once, or we could go together.
I think considering recent events, we ought to stay together.
Split up.
Let's split up and look for clues.
I'm going to
Go,
put the
Scooby
coin.
Two-Face over here.
I'll protect you if you need.
I shall follow... Right, you hear Zara talking. I shall follow the mushroom lady.
Sister Amanita.
The mushroom lady.
I think
Can I
you'll
say
find
to,
I'm the only
Yeah.
one who can call a mushroom lady.
I might recommend
Because we're friends.
staying with the sisterhood for some time.
You
We
have
do
not
deal in
yet
memories. Perhaps we
attained
might
that
be able to
status.
help you recover if you.
I do not wish
Could
to
be
be
beneficial,
friends.
yeah. If you're
Then
sure, I
Sister
might remain
Amanita
here
is her
if
official title.
you are happy to
I do
pursue.
not use formalities.
Is that what we want to do? Do we want to?
So we're still discussing what to call you.
Archdruid Owens, upon Amanita's suggestions, will stay behind and recover. leaving the four of you, Savos, to either split up and go to these two places at the same time, or travel together and check them out in sequence.
Just before we leave, I say to the Archdruid, I say, our friend Mornan, who you turned into a lizard, has disappeared. He may have looked like Alistair Blackthorn when he disappeared. Who would want him gone?
There are two answers to that. Who would want your friend Mornon gone is hard for me to say. As for who would want the lizard whose body he was in gone, there are several. Isaac's Manitooth was not a popular figure in the council. Certainly those strictly for the formation would have been against heavily. Precisely. But even then, Busker Rawhide, although an ally with him, Isaac was the only real competition in the West Marches. With him gone, Busker Rawhide is effectively lord of that whole domain. He certainly has gained the most from his disappearance.
Have we got the crown back, did I hear?
Oh yeah, I've got the crown.
I'd like the crown.
So we're splitting up.
my
We destroy
crown.
the crown.
I've already taken.
Not with any tools I have. You can try, but if it is in fact an artifact of corruption, as I think, there is nothing I have which could destroy it. I don't know what you may carry, but such things are not unmade easily.
I'm going to get out, like a silver polishing cloth.
Yep.
And start just like buffing it up a bit.
The cloth becomes gradually filthier and filthier without any actual material or dirt being removed from the rusted crown.
Interesting. Okay.
You see the box that it's been kept in, even only presumably for a couple of hours, maybe a day at most. The inside of the box is this thin layer of grime, just on all the surfaces. So, are you splitting up?
I am going to wear the crown.
You're going to wear
Oh
the
my
crown?
god.
Wonderful. Are you going to wear the crown, or do you wish to attune to it to get the benefits?
Can we attempt to stop this?
No, I don't think so.
I'm not going to attune to
I
it.
don't think she
I
wants
just
it.
don't want anybody else to take it. So
Yeah,
I'm going
It's a
to
pretty
wear
good
it.
place to store.
So I'm going to store it on my head.
Yeah. I can hear wisdom saving throws you do.
Yes, I can.
Oh
You know what? With disadvantage if you do so.
Okay, fine.
Oh, that is a cool dice tower. I just saw it.
I don't think that
Yeah,
crown's
That's
gonna
how
do
many
any good for
over
your
there.
looks.
That's not finished
Oh,
building yet.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's what we did at Cabaret. Build dice towers. Oh, no, it's too big for my task.
It's regulation.
Oh
size.
dear, it's all bad. You can choose between an 8 or a 3.
Then we go to
So 3 plus 6, that's 9.
As you put
These are my
this-
specially badly rolling dice, these are.
As you put
Use
this
them in
crown on, you notice suddenly just the colour around you fades a little bit. Everything just gets a little more muted, a little more grey. And you hear this strange mix between, it sounds so familiar to you, but it's still unnatural and revulsing as you hear the words that you presume are necrosis, almost a similar voice to what few words the Lich has said, as they simply say, I'm waiting to come back.
He's waiting to come back. I mean, like, you've not met the Dust Devil
Who's he?
yet. He comes back, like, really inconvenient times, like, in the pub, like, when we're trying to get dinner, and then, like, tries to destroy everything. Last time he was in my handbag, and he, like, totally trashed the inside of my handbag, and we had to destroy him, and we set fire to the bar, and then we didn't even have anywhere to stay. Yeah, he'll be all right.
Mornon set fire to the bar. I thought I told him not to do stuff like that.
No, Balthazar set fire to the bar.
Who's Balthazar?
I don't know. This one or
Another
two.
friend who's been
This
forgotten.
one or two sent him home. Balthazar was small.
Sounds
and
good.
Cute.
Sounds like he was just wrecking things.
No, he wasn't. He used to ride
So
the dog.
true.
He was super cute. And He was super cute and he rode the dog. And anyway, in the bag was the crown, and in the crown was the dusty lich thing that sometimes comes out the crown. Don't worry about it, it's all fine.
In wearing that without a chain to it, your wisdom score is going to drop by 2.
That takes it. Okay, fine.
Oh
And
my
you just hear Zahim say, "Oh, that's an idiot."
Do I realise that?
Absolutely.
Oh, in that
You
case, I'll
put that
attune to it.
with the-
Just to really upset
Wonderful.
them.
On attuning to it, you do take some psychic damage.
Yeah, that's fine.
The sounds of hoi oi oi.
Oh my god.
That's nasty.
Almost
Right there.
max damage.
21 points of psychic damage.
Ouch. Okay.
But you get free concentration on third level spell or lower. should
Yep,
you wish to.
that's fine.
Well, not free concentration.
So you watch as Electra's eyes like cross, and then kind of one rolls back slightly, and she looks like even more stupid than usual. She's like,
Can I try something?
Yeah.
oh, go
Is
on.
your friend all right?
Falling
Yeah.
to Electra. Does it work?
Oh, God. You're going to take the psychic damage too.
You take
Dipshit.
5 points of psychic.
Oh,
Really?
That's not
Yeah.
too bad.
Okay.
I was expecting you to take the
The same thing happened when Morgan was ready.
Yeah.
But it does work.
Yeah.
You can still psychically, it just is going to be painful.
Yeah.
As you do, you don't so much see as you feel that some of the spores try and make that link just die as they enter into
Gross.
Catra.
Catra.
Elytra's mind space.
She's Catra though.
I like
This game-
Tatra.
Catra's intelligent.
away from you.
I like Tatra. That's the kind of thing she would call a cat. I'm a cat. I can't remember my name anymore. That's all cool.
Yeah, you see some of Amanita's little mushrooms kind of wither up a little bit as she takes the damage. I will say in your head, if you wear that crown, I will not be able to speak to you like this. There is some darkness that is invading your mind.
Have you met Deuteronomy? Because he's like super dark and creepy. You probably couldn't invade his mind either. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm used to it.
Disconnect.
I'm much more worried. Electra's much more worried about keeping something that she perceives he wants.
Yeah.
And it keeps going missing. And all our stuff keeps getting given away. And
You
therefore,
give it to
on my head, I haven't given it to anyone.
people.
I keep getting stuff and people keep taking my stuff away. So the safest place for it to be right
On
now is like on my head.
Yeah.
Like the queen that I am. Oh, yes.
Slave.
Should we do this?
Slay queen.
Yes. Some lunch. I'm glad I just. Now, I wasn't too mean towards Electra, was I? That wasn't too.
No.
Okay, yeah. Just
Seriously, it's
checking.
fine.
Just checking.
Oh god, no, don't worry about it. I'll cry. I promise.
Go, go, go. So, we're going to. Alstrudown's going to stay behind. You're going to have to check out the Dawnkeeper library and talk with Ubus the Hunter. Sounds like you want to do those as a group.
Yes.
Which would you like to do first? Library vault or talk to an awakened troll?
Amanita believes that libraries are great repositories of knowledge and memory.
Here's the interesting thing. The Dawnkeeper Library exists somewhat in opposition to the Selenial
That's what I
Sisterhood,
imagine.
being people who write down knowledge in a dead sort of way. The main branch of the Sisterhood is not hardline against the library, but certainly doesn't help them out.
Yeah.
Where they're-
Desecrate dead bodies and plants to do it.
Well, it's that thing of they take memories and make them this fixed ink written
Which
thing.
isn't how memories should be.
It's informational necromancy.
Okay, you've changed my perspective. Amanita is not so keen to go to the library.
I know you can have a dissenting opinion from the author.
Neither is Archeon, brother.
So,
I have no interest in going to a repository of books. books.
Cool. Sounds
Like,
you're going to go talk with Uber
none.
Hunter first.
Like, books are the... If it wasn't for books, we'd be getting around way faster. Books are the root of all the problems. That's what I've decided.
Couldn't agree more, brother.
So are we to be decided we're splitting up? Is that
I think you've decided you're going to stick together.
stick
Yeah,
together?
if you're happy to do that.
But you can be a party on your own.
Well, no, it's just if we were splitting up, I was going to do something that couldn't stay together. I won't burn a spell slot for no reason.
Ubus the Hunter is being kept in the hold of the Green Heart, a kind of prison, kind of just locked in. So it's a decent bit nicer than like a jail. You have a counselor with you. Balthazar
Would he have given you
probably would have left here, probably would have passed on the counselor token, the wooden trinket necklace pendant to Zara.
Would you have passed on the horn?
Yeah, if you want to.
has he still got the horn? That wasn't taken.
Let me roll a wisdom check
Yeah.
for Alexander to see if they would have known what to do with the horn.
I think that was the only thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. But what you don't know is whether the good result gives you the horn or the good result gives him the horn.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't like that.
There is a result and someone gets the horn.
You do indeed have the horn.
Oh, I think that's
I
worse.
think that's the bad result as well. Yeah.
Oh no.
So you would have that. All is to say about the council chambers, and that's something that you do indeed have access to Ubus the Hunter with no questions. There's something security allowed, obviously, but it's not worth.
Here,
Look
do
at
you
the
want me
dice. There you go. Top secret.
I did not mean to stare at the dice when you were
No,
playing it.
it's right there. It's hard not to.
The shiny thing.
Does anyone want to do anything before you talk with Ubus the Hunter, or do you head from the sanctuary straight to there?
Can I do a thing? Do you reckon there's a way for Amanita to conjure or shape some of her mushrooms into a rose?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll do that, and I'll pick them off, and I'll give them to Electra. I may have destroyed that lapel pin, but I think you'll find this one safe.
Give me a performance check to see how
Oh
well you can
no.
execute
A
the
mushroom
construction of the
rose.
rose.
Can I guidance myself?
Yeah.
Performance 22.
It's lovely.
Aww. I go, thank you, I think. And I put it in the crown, like kind of like I'm trying to like decorate it and make it slightly less rusty and barbed and nasty.
As you start doing
Oh no,
that,
it's going to
it
die.
begins to wilt a little.
No! Our friendship's dying.
Like, these mushrooms don't last very long once you've plucked them. I leave it there. There's a wilted mushroom.
It wilts and wilts and starts to rot and turns to dust.
Interesting.
Amanita's very stone-faced, but there's a tiny little water in the corner.
Just in
of her
case
eye.
anyone was ambiguous as to whether this crown is evil or not.
Can I actually? Can I just watching this thing wilt. I'm just like really curious. So I'm gonna get like a random idea. I'm gonna cast my divine sense,
Ooh.
Yeah.
so I can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet. It's not behind total cover. Do I actually like see? Like, does it trigger
this
as a
this
fiend
is-
or undead?
It triggers as undead. Yeah.
Does it trigger as a creature essentially? Just
No,
curious.
it's not mechanically a creature, but this definitely triggers your divine sense. Unquestionably.
Okay.
Powerful aura of corruption.
I want to see what it do because I get lots of divine senses all the time.
Yeah. It's such a weird thing that it's like you get 5
So
of
many.
them,
Yeah.
and it's kind of useless, so you'll never use all 5. But we're not going to give you unlimited.
Yeah, well, just use. Yeah, you should just have it permanently on. This is probably the like.
Or
You
do
just-
what Baldur's Gate did and make it a bonus action that gives you advantage on attacks against yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, that would work.
But you head over to the Green Heart if there's nothing else. You are allowed through, several guards sort of thing. Anyone who wants to. Who's leading the way? It's probably one of the councils. It's either Zarda or Amanita.
Amanita.
Definitely.
Can roll me a D20 for an encounter check.
15.
15? Wonderful. You don't run into anyone unless you want to. As you head through.
Unless, is there anyone we want to see?
Unless it's a fight. I don't care, brother.
I would advise against going back
I
to
just
the
love that
obsidian
dice tower.
style.
It's so good.
I suggest that.
That's where you can get a good fight in.
That's
Might be
amazing.
going to the
How much does this amount of ballistic actually cost?
About 50 so.
Really? So you can make like
the other
heaps
way
of
around.
it.
Yeah.
You head down.
Was this a design or did you
You're
make it?
shown by some
That's was it design.
guards
And
and that sort of
printing.
thing into
And
the
it's painted.
hold, into the closed wing.
Yeah.
Just a section of the palace that's the windows kind of boarded up, tastefully boarded up. Ubis is not in chains or anything like that. Door is
That's a
unlocked.
sick-
You're allowed in. There's a couple of things. Ubis's armor is made from what looks to be trophies of other foes they've slain. So it's kind of a shield bent into a shoulder pad. The chestplate is made up of 3 or 4 others that have been kind of ripped apart in previous fights and that sort of thing. Their beard has a couple of braids of other people woven into it. Their whole thing is pretty unpleasant.
Pretty gnarly.
And Ubis again is an awakened troll, so is this large, mechanically large, so very, very tall, absolutely enormous troll, green skin, claws, kind of mossy hair, and has what looks to be this kind of warped and twisted steel band around their head. And as you walk in, kind of looks over all of you and says, "Where's your little mouse friend?"
Balthazar was needed elsewhere.
Too scared to face me.
On the contrary, it should be you who's too scared to face him.
We'll see about that.
I'm just gonna flip a coin real quick. Just see what happens right now.
Time will come eventually, and I'll have that token.
Oh, just remind me what the situation is.
They are a prisoner.
Mhm.
That there are guards in this area with you. You're not alone.
Can I see his counselor?
No, not immediately. Actually, yeah, they wear. I think it's 5 or 6. 5. They wear it kind of on their belt as they wear their 5 on the sides of their belt.
Immediately.
Apologies.
7.
I'm going to shift weave back into the full cloak with eyes. Zahim's going to speak. We are in need of your council tokens. I would be wise of you to give them.
I would were your mouse friend still here, I would offer the same thing I have many. You fight me for mine, and I fight you for yours.
I'll say, but hang on.
But you have nothing I want.
I'm going to cast Compel Jewel.
What?
You can do this. This will probably get the guards thinking you've attacked them.
Can I?
You're casting
step in?
magic, and then they're going to respond to an attack.
Oh.
Unless you can walk me through how Compelled Jewel isn't doing that, but
Yeah, there's a
my
verbal
understanding of
component.
Compelled Jewel is very much kind of, you force them to fight you.
Yeah, you
It'll
do.
look like you've started a fight, which will get you
Yeah.
ejected from here pretty quickly. You also do
You're
have
right.
the council token that they want.
Yes.
They're not aware of this current. The troll Ubis doesn't know
Yes.
this yet, but you could definitely
Well,
reveal that. Not
how about we fight?
you have nothing I want. Why would I fight you?
Pull out the token. Of course I do.
Their whole demeanor changes. You see, eyes furrow. They kind of look at it for a second, and they say, "All right, none of your friends interfere, and none of you guards." You see, they all kind of. These people look like they've definitely drawn the short straw, being told to guard a troll. These are, CR3 veterans. They're not extremely powerful warriors or anything. It's pretty clear everyone in the room knows Ubus could destroy them if he wanted to.
Can I try and intervene
you're
here?
present. You can all say anything you like.
I'm just gonna step between because I assume you're talking through the bars or something.
There's no bars.
There's
So
no bars.
you've been led into a room. So this is like a sitting room sort of thing. There's chairs, desks, table, cabinet of liquor in the corner. Off to a bedroom in another room. Like this is just a dwelling, pretty much.
I'll step in between these two, and I'll say, with respect, we need something from you, and I'd prefer to get it while you're alive, rather than dead.
You have good faith in your friend. I want that token, and I know what you're here to ask. I'll give you the answers if they beat me. If I win, I get the token, and you get the answers, and you leave.
I'll look to the others. The Sisterhood will extract your memories, one way or the other. It's no concern to me.
I will not fight you without the information.
Coward. I will not give the information without a fight.
I'll fight.
Can I start detecting
For
thoughts?
what? You have no council token.
Passes you the token.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. If you want to do that, yeah.
Unless...
You would give them that.
Wait, what are you giving?
You've never met me before, but you're like, yeah, he looks tough.
You see, they
I
say.
eat my vitamins and say my prayers.
You see, they turn to one of the guards and say, "You bring in a page to witness the exchange." See, guard runs off. A couple of minutes later, guard returns with a couple of pages, like knights, that sort of thing. People who would be of noble birth and would be of sufficient enough nobility to witness this happening and say, yes, there was an agreement. This wasn't just cold-blooded murder. I'm going to tell you right now, your polymorph options are limited to large or smaller creatures in this room you're in.
I think the dragon is a large anyway.
You'll want to check that,
Yeah, okay.
or just have an alternative plan. But you're inside a room currently, so you're not going to have as much range with that. But it was done, so I will fight him. If he wins, I give you your answers. If I win, I get your token.
Very well.
I want yours as well. And 10 stamina.
Oh, so he wants to put up 2 tokens.
You hold 4. I want one of them.
The Sisterhood does not give up the precious power we have held for generations.
And I do not give up my precious secrets.
You will.
And goes and sits down in a very large chair. Two tokens.
How much do you want to fight? Out of character, how much do you want to fight?
He's funny.
Oh, how much do you want to
He wants to
I
fight
want to fight,
dogs.
but I also that's
This is
all
so
I've been
stupid.
doing every time we play this. So I don't want to be ruining it for you guys.
You can fight. You can fight. This is.
That's like this whole pretty much all my characters are done.
Now just
Mind
like
you,
a
that's
meta
pretty
game.
much because that's
Even
Deep Creek's
though
whole
it would
thing
be
is
frowned
it
on.
doesn't fight. So
If someone
every
were
character
to
comes
interfere in
into
the fight,
it's a good fighter.
would the guards intervene?
Absolutely. So if someone intervenes in the fight, you'll be given like a moment or two's grace period of like, okay, stop the fight now, and then you'll be presumably arrested.
Okay. So you're on your own.
Just lore,
But I heard Mornon was pretty good, and if you trained him, like,
lore-wise, detect magic, detect thoughts. Is that something that would be frowned upon and would get me kicked out, or?
Probably. What are the components of detect thoughts?
I'm pretty sure it's verbal.
like I really want to cast, because it's a one-on-one duel. I can't like help.
Verbal somatic material.
Yeah, so that's an extremely obvious spell to cast. You casting spells on him, like in a fight, is going to be seen as tampering.
Oh, not in a fight.
Right now, is probably going to be seen as poor form. You probably won't be ejected for it.
Okay. Can I connect my spores? Because that's not really a...
I don't think if they're unwilling, you can.
Oh.
I'd be pretty comfortable making that rule.
Okay,
if it
yeah,
doesn't say so. If
Okay,
it
fair
specifically says you can do it to an unwilling creature, blah blah blah, saving throw or something, we'll go by that.
A creature you can see within 30 feet for 10 minutes.
And what does it allow?
You can, as a bonus action, create a telepathic link with a creature you can see within 30 feet for 10 minutes.
Oh, telepathy. Oh, yeah, sure, you can do that. You can talk into their mind.
Yeah.
You won't get anything back unless.
Oh,
they
yeah,
say
yeah.
to you.
So-
But yeah, you can do that.
Just, well, I will connect my spores to their mind, and I will say, if you will not give information, we can extract it, as I'm doing right now.
Give me an intimidation check.
It's not my strong suit, but alright. 16. I don't want to stop the fight, though, if you really do want to fight. I'm just...
My character is down for fight always, but
No response at all.
No response. You'll probably just see Amanita staring into their mind.
You see, they say, I will fight for one token, but if I win, you must also bring me another person to fight. Within 7 days, or you give me the second token.
Why do you like fighting so much?
I do not, but I need votes and tokens. They will not be given freely.
Why do you need so many tokens?
Is there any other way the council will listen?
What do you want them to listen to?
Everything.
Everything?
Everything I have to say, yes.
I know how that works. I mean, she keeps casting silence on me. So it's hard when people won't listen to you.
Yes.
Wisdom save. I'm going to cast Charm Person.
I love it.
I was just waiting for some sort of charm.
That's a 9.
So he's charmed.
Wouldn't the guards know that you cast Champion?
Well, no, I'm just chatting in a really nice and friendly way. Maybe reaching out my hand in a sort of, just chatting.
What's
could-
the components of charms?
Oh, what are the components of Charm Person? It's VS. There are no material components to Charm Person.
Verbal scenario? Yeah, I think I'll allow. It's going to be fairly obvious.
I
that
reach
they've
out.
been
I reach
charmed.
out and hold something. Go, yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. I understand what it's like not to be listened to. We've made friends, right? Like, if you tell us what's going on, then maybe we can help. I could help. They might not help, but I could help. Like, we've got stuff in common, you and me. Do you want to see my dog?
How to make friends with anyone.
Do you want to meet Colossus?
That's the component, is just Colossus.
Colossus is my material component. He's like a spellcasting folk. You want to pat my dog makes me sound like a paedophile in the back of a van.
You see,
That went from 0 to 100.
Well,
Really.
it does, doesn't it? It's like, would you like to
usually I'm
go?
the one that breaks
Would you like to go and pat my dog?
And you're the one that's going to be a teacher.
see Ubis's thick brow
You
unfurls a
might
little,
eat my dog, but
and they go, "Yeah,
yeah.
It's hard when no one listens to you, but
Yes.
it's hard when you can't speak."
This could be hard because my intelligence is 8. Okay.
You know when you want to tell someone something, but you can't.
Okay. Yeah. Because somebody's cast silence on you. The words won't come out.
You could always speak in
Yes.
your mind.
So,
No.
so can you not even say it in your own head? That's terrible.
It hurts to think it.
Oh, I know what it... Yeah, I know when it hurts to think, yeah. I get that a lot. I put this hat on, it now hurts to think all the time. Would it help? Does fighting help with that, or is it just that, like, you've lost your words?
I kind of shakes out of it a little and says, "No, I promised I wouldn't tell. I can't."
Questions.
Understandable.
If
That's
someone-
very, very honourable. We haven't seen so much of that around these parts.
If someone dies,
Mm-hmm.
do affix like that leave? Like spell affix like that leave?
Depends on the spell. It's hard to say.
Do you have speak with dead too?
No. I had spare the die. So like, oh.
From the perspective, if they die, we can just speak to them when they're dead. So.
I leave him with Colossus.
Mhm.
Like, you pat my therapy dog. Here you go, have my therapy dog. And I wander over to Amanita and go, he just can't talk. That's why he's using his fists. Because he just can't communicate. It's sad, really.
Well, perhaps we can try other means.
Okay. And I wander back
I'm
over.
going to detect magic. Detect thoughts, sorry.
Yeah, you detect thoughts. You see the you're doing surface level thoughts or deeper?
Surface level to begin with.
Yep. And as you start casting that, you see. I'm sorry, I should have said this earlier. On the change in demeanor from the charmed person, the pages who've been brought in to witness the fight, and the guards are kind of muttering and talking to each other.
Okay.
You see, as you start casting detect thoughts, you see someone who looks to be slightly more senior, probably a knighted warrior of some sort, says, "What are you doing there?
This is
Do
the
you
business.
do you finish casting the spell, or do you stop to answer them? You
Oh.
can't do both. You
I-
won't lose the spell slot if you
I
stop.
answer them. Can
Yep.
I hear them?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
answer them. I'm like, I'm just spending a bit of time with this guy who also
I think
likes
it's
my
possible.
dog. You can come and join us if you want to.
Finish
You
casting.
can meet my dog. We're just hanging out.
I thought I was the
Deception
chaotic
check,
one.
please.
I know that's what I think we're doing. But okay, I will give you a deception check. I'm like,
I
oh,
don't
am I
know how
doing
crazy
something
this
other than
party
hanging
is.
out with this dude with my dog?
Amanita is so past caring, it's not funny.
Deception. Oh, it's not too awful.
Yeah,
17.
next
17?
week it's like Balthazar's back because everyone's dead.
We'll resolve that in a minute. That succeeds.
Be a tad upset if I lose another character.
You see the
That's why you're
surface level
fighting another.
thoughts are. I promised I wouldn't tell. I can't tell them. I can't do it. They said it would hurt again if I did. I just need to get rid of them. They can go away. And then, yes, I can distract them with a fight or get them to
Probe
go away,
deeper.
and they'll drop it. That's a wisdom save, yeah.
Mm-hmm. DC 17.
A moment, I'll check something.
Okay, would you like me to paint your nails? I'm going to stop
Checking
painting my
something.
claws.
You are both welcome to start a fight if you want. I won't stop you.
No, that one. Cool. What's your safety seat currently?
17.
Do you
That
reckon like he's like
fails.
human level or better or
they,
worse?
so yeah, they pass.
Oh
Sorry.
god.
In terms of,
And
like,
you see
one-on-one
they kind
In
of
one-on-one
look over
combat?
to you. Go check now to see if
Without the
they
dragon,
pass.
definitely worse.
What
After transforming
level
into the
spell
dragon,
is
maybe
Detect
on
Thoughts?
the same level.
Second level.
Second,
But probably not better.
they don't know what spell
Moron
to
was
cast.
pretty.
They
Like
can
Moron
cast
couldn't
a
hit for
spell.
one damage. He can probably hit for a bit
You see,
more
they
damage
then
than
look over to you and go,
Moron,
"Wait,
especially
no."
as as
You're not.
things.
And you see they then kind of start shaking their head back and forward.
The
Quite
Moron was
literally, you see their eyes go from these small little black pupils just dilate massively as they enter a rage.
Oh, no.
And the charm condition breaks.
If he
with
kills my
mindless
dog,
rage.
I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah.
I see, as his pupils
I think we're
dilate,
getting
I'm
a
like,
fight.
I lean over and I get Colossus
Yeah.
and I just take him back and put him in my handbag.
So they go, "No, enough of this, enough talking. I will fight you for your tokens, or you can leave me in peace."
Okay. I back off and go, okay.
I'm gonna step forward, cast enlarge reduce, and like rise up to his side.
Jesse, really quickly,
Yes.
Your invincibility frames won't count for this fight. It's a really tricky one. It's entirely possible. It's more possible than the Rex fight, but
Okay.
I just want you to know there's a very real chance fighting this guy one-on-one, you won't make it. I just want to caveat that because I know you're on character
It's
number
fine.
3, okay?
It's fine. It's fine.
All
I've
right.
got a 4 character
Okay.
ready to go.
All right.
Electra
It's just
backs up.
I just wanted to wait for her to come in a bit later because she's got very much the same sort of mechanics as Electra. She's a lot smarter, but she's still like the whole thing is like she's just manipulates people.
Just bring
What?
Dietrich back.
Yeah, but that's also
Electra backs off and like goes, us fight, and gets all her fight paraphernalia out. So she's
Yeah.
there trying to get Colossus back
So
into his
with that
supporter
caveat,
jumper.
Does Archeon jump up and enlarge person?
yes.
You see, you eye level with this enormous troll. And you see, actually, as you do that, you see they go from kind of hunching a little bit, just standing up to hide as well. The two of you towering over the rest of the
But
people.
as he's doing that, he's ripping the shirt.
You see, they go, yes! It is agreed! Do you...
That was a massive waste of the second level spell, but it's for flavour.
I mean, one-on-one fight being the same size as your opponent is going to help a bit.
Can I,
Yeah, but I don't fight with actual like rolling or anything. It's just spells.
can I lean over to you just as you're doing this and be like, try not to die. We've lost too many from the quarterfire.
No, I lost one. Dietrich just left.
We lost him.
You see, Uber says, yes! It is agreed then.
Yes.
Good. You see, they say, you have witnessed it, you have witnessed it. You see the page's note, and you see everyone kind of steps back. Do the three of you do that as well?
Yep. Step back.
Uber says, there are none who will interfere.
Okay,
And with that-
Amanita closes her eyes and just like,
Get some cool music.
yes.
Electra backs off, gets Colossus back into his supporter t-shirt that she used for Archeon, and she gets her flags out, and she gets her scarf on, and she's like fully kitted out, ready for fight, like in all her fight merch. Like, I've done fighting, I know how this works. She's looking around for the canapes.
There is no cannabis.
But you should leave. The meat.
In fact, I
Keep
sidle
on
over
giving.
to one of the guards and goes, "Do you do canapes for this fight?"
This is a prison. Well,
Well, where do you eat?
yeah, there are actually some canapes in the kitchenette through there, but I mean, yeah, there's kitchens. There's food. I don't know if I'd call them canapes. They're really more of an hors d'oeuvre, but that's probably unnecessarily technical for the current situation at hand.
How big is this room? Like,
Would you like me to bring
how
you some?
close is the fight going to be to the
Close-ish.
like 10 feet or?
Or if they come near you, it'll be within 10 feet, but it's not starting within 10 feet.
Would you like me to bring you some? Obviously, you need to be here to be guarding.
Yeah. No.
No, I need to be here, darling.
Yes, would you like me to bring you some hors d'oeuvres back?
Oh, no, I'm alright.
I mean,
Okay.
I can
She disappears off to the kitchen.
make sure that you don't die. It's
Archeon, let's...
If my dragon goes down, then I'm in trouble.
what size...
Don't interfere.
It's like 3 characters in 3 sessions.
Archeon, are you
3
ready?
for 3.
Yes, I'm ready.
Are you sure?
When the DM asks, are you sure? You say no.
It's just an acknowledgement.
Yes.
Roll initiative.
Oh, thank fuck for that. I've got -1 initiative, so I rolled a 19. So I'm 18 for initiative.
Roll an 18 as well.
Oh,
What's your dexterity
Oh
score?
no.
my dexterity score is very low, so 8.
Afraid with a 13 dexterity score there. Actually, you know what? Let's do a roll off instead.
Okay. Roll off.
Ooh,
17.
low. You're going to go first. You see, as you see the pager counts everybody in, they say, the marks, ready. This is, they say, the marks, this is set at the price set between the combatants. The fight is to the yield or to the death. You can
Of course,
tap
I
out.
can tap
You
out.
don't need- it's not necessarily to your die.
Hulk Hogan would never tap out.
This fellow, on the other hand, looks like they'll tap.
What he would do, though, is like slowly pass out, and then the referee will do one of these ones.
Ready for an atrocious extreme wrestling match. Begin! And a bell out of nowhere goes. You two lunge. With a tied 18, you are on the ball, but you are just that little bit faster. What would you like to do? Distance is fairly irrelevant here. You're in a room. There's standard sort of stuff around: cups, tables, chairs, everything like that.
Okay. For flavour,
Yeah, by all means.
can we lock up like a wrestling match
Absolutely.
first before I cast
That would be
my spell?
their move anyway.
Sick.
You two clasp on.
Test the
Feet-
strength.
The carpet in the ground as the two of you go just tears at your feet, pushing back and forth.
Conqueror's
Give us,
And
it'll
then-
have no mechanical effect. Give us an athletics check or
What,
something
they approve
similar
of
to test
those?
your strength.
What?
And I've got
Do they approve?
advantage on that because of the
Yeah.
attributes.
You
Will not have because we're the same
not-
size.
Yeah, because this is also like
Actually, let me see.
Okay.
This
So
is
always
done with, you haven't wasted that spell though. You would be fucked without being the same size as this.
Yeah,
guy.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that'll be a.
Yeah, Zahim's in control during this fight. He's just got his scythe
It'll be a
out,
5.
sitting there.
This guy is
So he's like
he's
definitely well
pushing
over
you
40.
back.
So I'm kind of like already bending down a bit.
Mhm.
So then I'm going to activate Agonaz's Scorcher that I'm going to do for flavour out of my mouth.
I love it.
You're Dragonborn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So a line of roaring flame 30 feet long and 5 feet wide emanates from you in a direction you choose,
Mhm.
from my mouth straight into his face.
Yep.
He must make a dex saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. That's a 6.
A 6 will not pass.
Hang on. Sorry, I should have checked these stats before I did. No, I don't think they get advantage on that. They do. So with advantage, that increases that to a 13.
No,
Still fails.
So that's a 16 fire damage.
16 fire. Bonus action ball.
I don't think so. I
Wonderful.
don't have any bonus actions or anything.
Yep, cool.
Cool. Yep. His move.
He lost all Mornon's potions that he bought.
Oh, good.
Oh,
I can
yeah.
do that with
Sorry,
bonus
just-
action.
Sorry, just looking at the rest of
I've
the
got one. I've got one bonus action. It just gives someone Dragon's Breath.
That's pretty cool.
It is cool, but it's like
Oh, I had
it
that.
doesn't actually cast a breath
Mhm.
weapon.
No.
It just gives myself a breath weapon that I already have.
You see, they pull from their side a great maul and just begin wailing slams into the side of your head. They go in for the first attack. That is a 23 to hit.
Oh, look at it. I don't need shield even check that. Nope. Yep. So that's a hit.
Declared enemy. You haven't taken any damage yet, have you? So on that one, it is 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Mhm.
And then on the second attack, that is a 22 to hit.
That'll also hit.
Wonderful. We're missing some hit points. You see, they strike the same place again and again. Only 10 points of bludgeoning damage from that one.
Okay.
And you see, they move with incredible speed, going in for a third attack as well, screaming wildly as they do, frenzying themselves. That is, don't roll that advantage, sorry. 25 to hit.
Yep. That'll definitely hit.
And that is another 12 bludgeoning. As they just bring this club again and again into the side of your draconic head. Poof, poof, poof. That is their turn. They kind of try to pull you around a bit in this tussle you've got going on, but don't make much movement there. Mostly focusing on just this. They have this strange quality of absolute chaos and rage, but dead focus on this one point on the side of your head where they're bludgeoning.
I think that third hit, because of how much damage it did to me, definitely like knocked me backwards.
Yeah, you
And like, and I've
you see, they squat down and then jump through the air, going for a hit on you. Your turn. What would you
Okay.
like to do?
I'm gonna polymorph into a T-Rex.
What size is a T-Rex?
A large, I believe. Let me just double check.
Oh
no, it's huge.
I was going to say T-Rex
Sorry,
would be huge.
the,
So T-Rex
the
won't
dragon is not though. The
Cool.
dragon is large. So I think I'm gonna have to go right now. I was gonna save that for later, but he's nearly completely taken me out already. So, that'll be dragon time. Why has I had it open? I'm scrolling it.
What type?
Bronze. Young bronze dragon.
Oh, young. Yeah, young will definitely.
Yeah, young is large.
For a young dragon,
Yeah.
let me check real quick. No, yeah, that'll still be third level for spells. You see, Mornon suddenly.
Well, polymorph's the 4th level, so I assume it's still 4th level.
Oh, the spells will go. I meant for the breath
Yeah.
weapon.
Oh, for the breath weapon.
Yeah,
Third level.
breath weapon.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure.
Neck extending out, wings up, tails, dragon. That's your action.
Yeah, action. I don't think I've got it. Let me just double check. I'm still getting it up. Do I have any bonus actions?
Don't ask,
fascinating.
just do it.
No bonus actions, so that's my move. I just transform.
Have a muffin
Wonderful.
too.
You see, they lunge at where you were, but is now just the side of the dragon as they kind of bang into you, landing back on the ground. Reevaluate their position, go in for 3 more attacks. Combine the damage. How many hit points does the dragon have?
142.
Cool. Gonna do this a bit quicker then. 10 to hit.
Yep. 10 to hit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That'll be a miss, I believe. Yep.
Cool. 13
Miss.
and 14.
Miss. Those are all way lower. What you did?
They roll. It's hard to explain how poorly I just rolled.
It's my armor class went up, and then you rolled away.
You see, they just go again, same as
What's
pick
your
a point
AC?
and just go to attack, but they barely dislodge a single scale.
Because I found my weak point as my Dragonborn version, but now I'm a dragon. It's confused them.
Indeed and quite. That's their bonus action was spent on attacking as well. That's you.
Okay. It's my turn to make 3 attacks. Okay, I'm going to. What can I do? 3 attacks. 1 with bite, 2 with claws. Let's do that. I'm going to make a attack with my bite.
Go for it.
That'll be a 26 to hit.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that is.
I've already told you what that is.
What hors d'oeuvres are that?
You see, there's some little fried, little
good.
fried chicken livers, or like a saltine sort of thing.
Oh, nice.
So
There's
that's
some
24
little
piercing
plates.
damage.
24 piercing.
I rolled a 10 and a 9 on my 2d10s.
That's rough.
And then I'll attack with my 2 claws.
And little like pesto
That's
shots, almost, like parsley and nuts and basil all ground up into a fine paste and put on kind of a small little cup sort of thing.
I'll take some of an assortment,
Yeah.
and I'm going to wander back to find Mushroom
So
Lady.
the first claw's a 25 to
I
hit,
think she'd like the
25
pesto
hits.
ones.
and the next one's a 24.
Although eating
Hits as well.
Okay, and so that'll be
Just gotta eat
a,
something.
what is it, 2d6.
I'm not bringing Zara or anything. I'm not sure I like it yet.
So that's 10 on the first one, slashing.
And
Yes,
slashing.
And the next one is 11 slashing.
11.
And that's my move.
They look that did some damage. They're not bloodied yet, but you see you get teeth in the side of them, claws, huge scrape across their shield pauldron and across their chest. They are going to have to switch up their tactics a little.
Amanita eats the little pesto.
Yeah. I sidle back to Amanita and go, how's it going?
I thought it was going to go poorly, but I think we might prevail.
Oh.
Okay.
I forgot to do my Hulk up because it was so early in the battle.
Yeah, so have I come back with my hors d'oeuvres and discovered
Hits
that
and runs.
Archeon's turned into a dragon?
Twice.
Yeah.
3
Yep.
times.
Okay. Where did the dragon come from?
In fact, you missed on your 3 hits. That's literally what it would have been. It would have been like, 1 hit, 2 hits, does nothing. 2 hits, does nothing. 3rd hit, ooh.
Oh my god, is this now LARPing? Like, I'm going to start making canapes.
Goes back in. That's a miss. 16. And
I give Saddles the
there's a
cafe.
crit on the third.
Ooh, okay.
This one's going to hurt, I'm afraid.
I've got some health to spare. Sure, I'll survive. The 250 damage. Okay, good stuff.
Not quite 250, but it's not going to be nothing. Oh, god damn it! They've got... Okay, hang on. Sorry. That first one is a 16, which is a hit. The second one is a crit. The third attack.
No, the first
So they
one
should have
is...
been rolling with advantage for all of them.
First one's not hit.
No, I've got AC.
There's a second crit in fact.
Second crit. You showed me a 14.
I showed you a 20.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to
Oh,
it's
okay.
a bad
The 20 was...
I can't even ask ChatGPT my questions
Um,
because it only goes up to 2021, and this was a class feature after
First one.
2021.
first one.
Obviously,
They have...
see these ones.
So that's then another 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2,
Could I intervene without
plus... That is 53 bludgeoning damage between those 3 attacks. As you see, they get a hand on the back of your neck and start going through the eye and scales. Bang, bang, bang.
would be nice.
So you- what, did you get 2
That
crits?
you're
2 crits. So
channeling
the
your
first, so
divine
they've started
energy
using
or something.
reckless attack. As you see, they are wound switch, so they get advantage. So first one, 16 to hit. Second attack crit. Third attack crit. As they,
Oh, 2 crits.
unless they do 3 crits, they're never going to do that much damage again.
Yeah.
How much damage roll?
53, you said?
53.
It's a fair chunk, but it's not
See, that would take me out.
like I'm fine.
That is
Yeah, I'd
then
be
your
rolled
turn. You have advantage on all attacks.
I'm
Advantage
eating,
on
I'm
all
eating my
attacks.
canapes and gently
So I
rubbing my
think
temples
I should
going.
go for the multi-attack.
I have
I'm also
got.
trusting if anyone wants to intervene or anything like that, they will speak.
Okay, so we'll go for the
We're
blight first.
snacking.
My apologies.
No, sorry.
And that'll be
I
a
do have a
22 to
little
hit.
bit of a headache. I think this
Hits.
crown is tight.
That
Always
one
take it off.
is D8.
Not now I've gone
That's
to the
good.
trouble of putting it on.
That's a 9 plus 5, 14 piercing.
Mm-hmm.
First claw is only a 13 to hit.
Misses.
Second claw.
Oh,
Far
no.
out. What's going on here?
You're under advantage.
Uh,
Oh, I should have barred
15.
inspiration.
15. Misses on the
Keep getting on the bard.
with advantage, I rolled way worse.
The dice are cruel and strange.
Like I got a 2 and a 4 on
Did you
the
hit a
on the
single
second
one
one.
of those?
No, I hit the first one.
Okay.
First one, I think I got like a 16 and a 4 or something. And the second two was like a 2 and a 5. And
Back to
then
that, there's not a lot they can do other than just recklessly attack, but it does hurt when they do it.
Yeah.
Again, you going for the swipes, you get one, bite attack off as they near your mouth, but they're just too far away from the dragon's claws
Would
to go.
bardic inspiration be magic? Because it is inspiring words.
I'm going to make you do a stealth check when you do it.
Yeah, I also was just asking Emma about channel divinities. Like, do they count? Because there's no verbal or semantic, but you probably
Yeah.
still notice it.
Yeah.
21 to hit on the first.
What? What, you want
It's a Hulk
inspiration?
Hogan thing.
13 misses on the second.
He does that when he's like.
I'm sorry, I
when he's looking
don't
for
know enough of the
inspiration
deep
from
Hulk Hogan lore.
Does a 17 hit?
A 17 does not hit. No.
17 misses. Okay, 21 hits though.
Yes.
Okay, 1 hit, 2 misses. 2 of these, 1 of these, and then plus 10, 26 piercing.
Mm-hmm.
As you see, they land another solid hit on the side of the eye, just screaming as they do, wildly flailing their arms about. It is not a very disciplined fighting style. That is back to you.
How's your health looking? Curiosity was.
About just under half.
They look like they're still above half. Not a lot, but still above half.
I'm going to use my breath weapon.
Dex save.
Yes.
That's a 16.
That'll pass.
So they still take half.
Okay. $34.
34. Have you halved that?
That's already halved, yeah.
Wow.
It's 10d10.
Yeah, that's horrendous. Give me an insight check, bearing in mind you're using the dragon's stats currently.
Yep. That'll be a 15 on the side.
+2 though.
+2? Where's the
From
+2?
Savos.
Oh, okay, so then 17.
17 will do it. Ubas has shrugged off your melee hits so far. That fire seems to hurt.
That was
more.
lightning, actually.
My apologies. That lightning you see hits them. They seem to be jolted by that. They seem to take a bit more of a hit from that lightning than they have from your physical attacks.
Okay. And you said I can do it again, but it uses up a 4th level.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or whatever, how many spell points that is.
Yeah, I haven't been able to put my spell points in yet, so I'm just using slots for today.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah, so I'll have one more hit of that. Cool.
They go back in. They're going to go again. Reckless attack. Use dice. 21.
21 will hit.
21 to hit, yes. 26 to hit.
Yeah.
And on the third one, 25 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
How many hit points does the dragon have left?
66, I think. Yeah, 66.
This is gonna hurt, is the short of it.
Yeah, they have to go back to the old faithful.
What?
Fireball.
That's 61 bludgeoning.
61! Oh, I've got 5 left!
You got 5 hit points left. As you see, they get the maul in behind the dragon's eye and just pull it out. Your move.
Okay.
And how much HP does your normal character have right now?
Only 17. So like I can either make a hit with the dragon, or
you can swap into a different tally.
And remember that the overkill damage on polymorph will go to your character.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like if I don't, like basically I've got one more hit to kill it.
Can you polymorph
Or I'm
again?
dead. No.
They are under half health. You look like they do look bloodied. You know that the lightning has damaged them a lot more than the melee attacks were.
Yeah.
They seem to shrug off a lot of that physical damage.
Okay. So
Everyone else can also see what's just happened.
Yeah.
The dragon
Yep.
is badly hurt.
I found myself a comfortable place, and I'm like sitting down. I've got my feet up on my bag.
I don't even know this guy.
I'm polishing my nails.
You have no reason to know.
I'm trying to work out
They
whether I.
don't know you, and they have
Oh,
gone to that.
you're lucky I flipped my coin the right way.
I'm trying to work out whether I know him
Zara
or
is in
not.
control again. She shifts where he's bed.
Like,
Nice
vaguely
dress.
familiar.
We're on the fight. Okay.
okay, I was just checking. That's a high level.
You know, I'd
Okay,
almost
so yeah, I
made
think
friends
the
with
best
him. I'm a
bet
little
is
bit
to
sad
hit
about
him
it.
again with the breath weapon.
10d10.
Yeah, but he has to make a dex save. Please fail.
Ubas has advantage on death saves.
Oh, okay. That's
On dex saves, sorry. I mean, they have some stuff with dex saves as well, but dex saves, they only add 1 though. What's your saving for dex?
15.
15, so they need
Oh,
14s here. That is an 18, I'm afraid. So that is 19 on the save. They pass.
65, so that'll be 32.
32?
Yeah.
32 lightning damage. It doesn't take them down. You see lightning hits them. They are quite badly hurt at this point. They are probably, I think they're slightly under a third of their total health. You see they get down on there. That's your action, or a bonus action at all.
Can I drop concentration?
Yeah, that's a free action.
Because with shield, I've got an AC of 19, but I'll lose 5 points.
It's like 1 extra AC, that was 5 HP. I'm gonna leave it up.
You gonna leave it up? No bonus action? Does a 20 hit?
Would it?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but shield you can do it any time. Remember?
Not as
Not as a
the
dragon.
Oh, you can't
So
do
if
it as
you
a
end your
reaction.
turn as a dragon, you can't take reactions you would as a wizard.
You can as true polymorph, but not
But
as
if the
a
first attack takes you below that, you then can shield the second attack.
yes.
That is true.
That's assuming I survive.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
true.
so-
In
so-
fact, we'll do these attacks damage one by one.
Yeah, can we do them one by one?
That's a 24 to hit on the first, which hits. That's a
Yeah.
dirty 20 on the second.
Yeah, but should we do the damage for the first
Yeah.
one?
First
Well, the
attack.
second that'll hit even with shield anyway. The dirty 20.
So first attack
with
is
shield, it gets me to
2d6, 1d8, 1d4, plus
I think that'll do.
11. That
Alright,
is
then,
No, you're not dead. You're just down.
How many minuses
Yeah, and then you're
is
going
he
to come
be?
back with a lingering injury
It's fine.
right out the bat.
that's
Hulk Hogan
17
has many
bludgeoning.
spinal problems.
17 bludgeoning from the first attack.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, I'm definitely down. Not off the first one, but I will be off the second. Cause
So that knocks out your dragon form, doesn't it?
yeah.
yeah, so you can shield the second
So
one,
I'm
but it's
down
still
to
dirty
3.
You see he comes up, bludgeon on the top of the head, back to your dragonborn form. How many hit points do you have left?
3.
You see he holds up his thing, dirty 20 to hit, and yells at you, "Yield!"
I yield.
You see he drops his thing, takes a few steps back, and grabs his head, breathes really heavily, and exits his rage. And you see, just looks at you, looks to the knights, walks up to you, and holds out a hand expectantly for a token of magic. So he takes it, and then walks into another room of this wing, leaving you there, bloodied. Your eye is in incredible pain. Polymorphs, you've got an eye still, but you did just lose an eye.
Yeah.
How many hit points do you have left? Good to know.
How many hit points is your total?
50.
The
Oh, sorry. Did you want to do something?
no, you can heal up.
I will wander over to you. I'll be like, it is unfortunate. I thought you better than your brethren, and I'll lay on hands the full 40.
Sorry, the full 40.
40.
The Morozova
Yes, I've been
council
retired,
token
so-
is taken from the family. Ubas the Hunter now holds 8 votes, putting them
Doing
between
nothing but losing. That's the problem.
Margaret Caro and Omnath Bloodbane. And the Morozovas no longer hold.
Oh my goodness. Are they no longer counsellors?
They no longer have a seat or a voice on the council. What is Archeon doing with this loss, do you think?
Trying not to kill himself.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Electra pulls herself up to standing, goes over with the remaining canapes and goes, "You didn't do too badly. Morden got sliced in half.
Give me
Would
a
you like a
medicine
canapé? Oh god, medicine check.
anyone who'd like to.
Yes.
Archeon, you can do insight or
22.
perception instead.
5.
5.
Oh my god.
Crit?
Yeah, crit fail.
Oh, crit fail. Archeon, so with that crit fail, you look just at what Ubis, grabbing the thing at the end and leaving. They didn't look injured at all. They looked completely fine. With a 22, you can tell they were hiding their injuries well. They were very, very badly injured by the end. This wasn't as close as the Rex fight by a bit, but if you had gotten another breath weapon attack on them, perhaps, or another spell of some sort, could have pushed through there.
They got a lot of high rolls into my stuff.
There was
If they weren't hitting
I
all
can't work
three,
out.
in that fight
4 crits.
4 crits. Reckless attack is wild.
Yeah, I wonder who else has reckless head.
Is this a dren
Bullshit.
joke?
Yeah.
It's a drone joke.
Yeah.
Amanita will walk over
2.
and she'll say, I have seen many memories. There have been worse fights. You almost think of them. You should be proud.
Electra walks over and goes, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Next time.
Let me pull the coin again.
Canapé? Hors d'oeuvre.
Okay, you're safe. You're
I
not gonna
shake
get
water
slaughtered.
to clean off some of his wounds.
My theory was if Sahim was in charge, when
Perhaps
you,
I should have stayed retired.
if Sahim was in charge when you finished the fight, he would have told it to you. just letting you know.
One of the sages is sent off to inform the council of changing hands of the token. And you are gently
Ubas is gone?
encouraged. Ubas has got the token and then just went to, just to a different room. You can follow him, but
Law-wise, do you have to acquire tokens through correct means, or can you get them via foul play?
the physical chip doesn't actually do anything. It's just representative. So stealing that off his belt or anything wouldn't give you anything.
Okay.
The person needs to sign it over to you, which is what this fight would have been. The people were there to witness it and recognize, yep, they've agreed this is the conditions of
So
transfer.
we can't just jump them in the alleyway and take this.
No, you couldn't just murder him on the
Take
street
shit.
and get them back. You could murder him on the street and his tokens would be up in the air. They'd probably go back to the one of them would probably go back to the Morozovas. Or there'd be some sort of election or council dispute of what to do with them. But as we've just seen, murdering him not the easiest thing to do.
Unless he's already low on hit points, right?
You're in a room with guards and knights, but yeah, you go for it. It'd be a hell of a fight. Terribly wounded Ubas the Hunter. It's called 6 veteran guards, a knight, and 2 pages versus the 4 of you.
We could. We shouldn't.
It's not unwinnable.
You realise it's definitely not unwinnable. It's just more of a
It's
fact
actually
of
quite winnable. It will make you vigilantes in the city.
It's more that
You
Zara
don't think.
actually has wisdom, and she's currently in control, not seeing. So.
Does anyone want to do anything before you are gently escorted out of this place?
This wasn't Ubas's room or anything, was it?
No, so Ubis is currently under arrest
Yeah. I
for
see.
getting in a fight with Balthazar.
Yeah.
It's just that arrested, when you're a councillor, is you go to
The naughty corner.
pretty much you go to a different luxury suite in the palace rather than the main jail. As you're being warded out,
I've
you
still
see.
got spores. Has it been 10 minutes?
No, probably not.
Can I speak in Ubas's head?
Yeah.
We will get the information you seek. You can help us willingly, and we will find it another way.
No response. You see, as you're being
Oh, well, that's one reason we should kill him.
Why?
Information.
Can just
I walk up to Ubus with my Rex autographed flag
Oh no!
and ask for his autograph on the other side of my flag.
they look at you for a second. and take a quill from a nearby desk and write very crudely "Ubus."
At some point, my autograph book is going to be
At-
useful for something.
At some point, you're going to impersonate one of the councillors and use that to get their funds or something.
You see, as you go to leave, you see they
A
say,
whole book of signatures at some point will be helpful.
See, as you go to leave, you see they say, "Your friend fought well."
He didn't do too badly. I've seen him do... Well, I'm not sure I've seen you... Have I seen you fight? He did better than the other one, who died and came back a lizard.
Can I make noise in their mind as she's about to say lizard?
Ubus is quite distinctly not stupid.
No!
You can tell they're thinking, and as you say that, and as they put things together, they walk back into the room with the rest of you. Has Archeon gone anywhere? Are you doing anything?
Archeon just kind of
God.
They walk right up to you and put a hand on your shoulder, half as a kind of, not really as a reminiscing gesture, more as a kind of pay attention. As they grab that, look down closely, and so they say, "Fight well for Dragon King." I would not dishonor our agreement by giving up information you didn't win. But there exists under this city the Atrix Catacombs. I go there to think sometimes. And then lets go of your shoulder and storms off, this time closing the door behind him.
Atrix Catacombs. We have our heading?
You have another clue. You can also go to the Dawnkeeper Library at this point. What would you like to do?
Just give us +2 in our next investigation.
No. Not with D&D Bounty Acts, it certainly doesn't. Anyone who wants to do a history check on the Atrix Catacombs?
+2 to anyone? No. Sorry.
It'll be a 25.
25. You've
90.
been there before.
18.
The Atrix Catacombs run under the city from well long ago, like pre-Mage War. They've been there for hundreds of years. They are abandoned mostly now, but vagrants, vagabonds, secret cults, and all sorts live down there. You would know it as a place that, particularly like necromancers and other sort of kind of frowned upon mages will practice their arts. If you wander around long enough, you're almost certain to find a body that you can try to bring back to life if you're a necromancer, raise dead if you're a cleric, that sort of thing. They're a reasonably dangerous, unpleasant place. Maybe not reasonably dangerous, but they're not safe.
Would you share any of this with the party? Would I know any of that with a 21?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aminisha will share it with the party.
Archeon's like beyond depressed right now. It's like if he had a gun and
Jesus
could
Christ.
shoot himself in the face.
I am right, aren't I, that
He'd be line
Ubus
up on flipping a coin.
voted against, and
Hang on, let me...
Many Tooth
Mm-hmm.
voted with them
Yeah, they voted on the same side.
Yeah.
against
Yes.
and got and died for that. So
Yes.
yes, okay, that's all right. That's what
Ubus
I
was
thought.
brought in at the last minute
Yes.
by Arch
Yeah, I've got him
Druid.
against
Yes.
it.
Yeah,
They were a swing vote, though. Balthazar was
Yes.
being bullied into convincing them,
yes,
which didn't happen.
and Many Teeth / Morden voted with them against. Yeah, that's all right. That's what I thought. That's all right.
Would you like to head to the catacombs?
Oh.
Or to the
I-
library? Or to somewhere else?
I'd rather go somewhere with cats than the library.
And cons.
And combs. I like combs too.
To the catacombs.
To the catacombs.
Amanita is
That
very
sounds-
comfortable underground. She
That
would
sounds
happily
like a
do
shop.
As we go down to the catacombs, I am going to do what I couldn't do in that fight
Mm-hmm.
and give everyone aid.
that. Ooh.
Nice. Is that what level are you casting at?
Just first, which is second.
I believe that's you and it's you and 3 others. Isn't it? Or is it you and 2 others?
It is up to
Up to
3
three.
creatures within range. It's not me and anyone. It's
It's
just
a-
you
you
3 and
oh.
not me.
It can include you if you want to.
But
not
if I want
use
to be
up.
one of the 3,
How much?
but no, it's you 3.
8?
It's 5. You'll get
Is that
5
10
HP.
free?
No, it actually increases your maximum HP and heals you 5.
Okay.
Thank God.
You can override max temp. You can override your maximum HP temporarily in the website. Yeah. The entrance to the catacombs is through a large sewer entrance.
So I'll be healed up to 5,
Yeah, you gain
but
5
I won't
health
get the.
and your max increases.
Oh,
by
okay,
5.
yep. Cool.
2 separate things.
Yeah. Oh God, what did I do?
It just goes on max
Okay.
HP modifier.
Here's a question for everyone.
Yep.
Would you like to do a dungeon crawl here, or would you not like to do a dungeon crawl? That will likely take the rest of the session.
It's been a long time since I did a dungeon crawl.
Oh, the last time we did a dungeon crawl, I ended up in a tree for 2 weeks and not taking a shower.
That's true.
And Dietrich left us all to fucking die. That was the last
can
dungeon
we
crawl we did.
rest before we go down?
You guys are under no schedule but your own.
I mean, we could even long rest before, in theory.
That would be.
Do you get all your stuff back on
We
long
gotta
rest?
get this stuff going.
Yeah.
But you'll get some spell slots back if we do a short rest.
Well, we could go the next morning. Like, because the long rest is only overnight, isn't it? Like, because
You
then
can
the rest
only
of-
do one in 24 hours.
I
So
mean,
it's one a day.
you'll get your spell slot back if I.
It's going to be dark anyway. When we just go.
I was just gonna say, I get my
Oh yeah, true.
lay on hands back if we long rest.
Well, we could go to.
The library.
I mean, yeah. Electra's not happy. She'd rather go to the catcomb shop. But,
So she just thinks we're going to the catacombs.
yeah, it sounds like a shop for hair accessories. That's where we're going. To the hair accessory shop.
I mean,
And
She's going to be
that's,
so upset.
if you insist on having a long rest before it, I could understand that. Like, why you
Yeah.
need to
Unlock
be
your
rested.
vest.
And it would let me do some fact checking on the catacombs.
As long as you don't make me go to a library. Because, like, we could go to the library, but she would be grumpy.
No, we
Like,
can go to the catacombs.
like taking a toddler on a historical tour of buildings
Long
of
rest
interest.
sounds good too, because then I can change my outfit.
Wonderful. Do you want to go to the Dawnkeeper Library before the long rest, or
Yeah.
not?
I think we should.
Yeah.
We've only been out for about an hour.
Yeah.
Wonderful. It's.
I don't-
You've been out. For
I think we should.
It's
Electra's
10:30.
like, oh!
Already
Like,
early to
fuck
go
it,
to
let's
bed.
call it a
I'm-
day.
yeah. Electra's like,
We've got one guy and
oh!
got one lead. That's
My
a
wife
job
Technically,
well done.
I fought one.
Yeah. One of you was in one fight and you got one clue. Job finished. Campaign done.
And lost a vote. But yes, Electra's
I
like,
see what's
oh, fucking books.
The Dawnkeeper Library is a very
Yes.
large building repurposed from an old private art gallery and museum from one of the various noble families who were brutally murdered during the Revolution and the Great Strife. It's been taken over by... I don't actually think I have a pick for them. Since the Avist Treaty following the... following the Mage Wars. It's much older than the Great Strife. For those of you counting. Yes, here we go. The Dawnkeeper Library. A beautiful central dome, a sphere of glass. Just windows all over the place. Great number of birds flying around inside. Owls carrying scrolls and even full books from place to place and shelves. A close inspection of them, though, reveals them to be only constructions of light. These are hundreds of familiars, not, in fact, actual
Phew.
owls. Many of you would know that the two main people associated with the library is one Torak Brittlebone,
They're on the council.
They are indeed on the council, and I believe Torak Brittlebone. Here, Torak Brittlebone, otherwise known as the Faithless Prophet. Torak Brittlebone missing their right eye, monastic robes and a big staff. You would have seen at the council meeting and that sort of thing. They voted against unification, I believe, but well, you can check that. The other relevant person for the library, right up the top, is one...
Brittlebone voted for.
Oh, there we go. Brittlebone for unification. The other relevant person is the head librarian,
10 votes.
Frizrot Tanner. Frizrot, sorry. Fyrsot. Fyrsit.
What was the surname again?
Tanner. Tanner. A quite elderly goblin woman. Library is open for public use, more or less, and then there is the what used to be the Royal Collection downstairs, now the People's Trust and Secret Vault, in which things the council deem inappropriate for the general public to be accessing. So lots of magic material is stored down there, and there are several layers of security. The first floor is you need a note from an academic to get to. Second level is the council needs approval. Third level is pretty much just for the councillors and a few selected and trusted
We're councillors.
people. One of you is a councillor.
Yeah.
Another one of you no longer is. You really didn't want to lose all of your councillor chits, or getting around is very difficult.
Before we walk in, can I shift weave out of my
Oh, you've got shift weave too.
Yeah, I do.
Hey.
It's so fun. Out of my Amanita robes and into my council robes, so
Yeah,
I look
absolutely.
less like a member of the sisterhood and more like a councillor.
Yeah,
Even though it's not
Seeing
this
you
way.
shift weave, and I thought the coins Zara is in charge. She is going to adjust herself into like the dress she wore before, like very like nice. Not the scary hooded
Oh yeah. No.
hooded eye cloak. Just the
You see these people with their shapeshifting clothes, and I presume head into the library. Do you want to talk with the head librarian, or are you just going to head?
Yeah, of course. Unless no one else wants to.
I feel like this is an Amanita space. Like,
Yeah.
So, and
They
it's an
hate
interesting
me.
position. They don't hate you. You just are, your organization is just deeply uncooperative with what they're trying to do.
Okay.
So here's a question. Now, does the amount of information that the Sisterhood has through the like Spawn networking stuff, how is that relative to what's in books?
Sisterhood, the library.
So would it be
Sisterhood
is
would,
all
has-
that
would it
has
be safe
happened.
to assume
The
that
internet?
almost everything that's in the library, Amanita
That's
already
actually
would?
probably a really good comparison. The Sisterhood knows a lot of stuff, but all of their information comes from personal experience of people who happen to have been connected to the network. The library has a lot more expertise.
So they do actually have different information.
They do have different things. The Dawnkeeper Library, especially after the current head librarian, have been trying to collect more information straight from the Sisterhood, like recording in a more permanent method, knowing that the Sisterhood is falling apart, in short. Has been declining in recent years, as every magical institution has been. So there's a little tension there.
Yeah.
They could very easily replace the Sisterhood if they were allowed to.
Which is why the sisterhood's kind of.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Two other librarians also works here, Faustus Krex and Omnic Helix. Both tieflings, they are brothers, as it happens.
Omnix Helix?
Yeah, Omnac Helix. What do people want to do? This is a library full of all sorts of stuff. You know that the Archdruid was on the third floor of the controlled content section when they were attacked.
Maybe we should ask the head librarian about what the drill was for. To get, like, if you're doing research with the archives, would you usually have to speak to someone who would lead you to that location like you do with say, the state library or something.
Yeah, probably.
So if the Archdruid was looking for something, she would have had to go to...
Let me rephrase this question. You can either sneak around,
Okay.
or you can go talk to the head librarian and ask questions of the person in charge, or you can talk with one of the other librarians, archivists sort of people, if you perhaps want your presence here a little less noticed.
Okay.
Which of those would you do? Which of those is your general approach?
I want to speak to the head librarian, but at the same time, we probably shouldn't advertise this.
Not really good at subtlety.
No.
Neither.
While they're umming and
You should
ahhing.
stop from us. No, we should actually play
Play it
keep
safe.
quiet a little bit.
You mean
Get
like,
some
like,
more
like
shit.
start engaging in the political intrigue?
Yes. Instead of trying to kill our...
At least until we get some of these artifacts back and we can kick ass again.
Electra is looking around to find the least bookish looking librarian. She's looking for a librarian that maybe would prefer to be working in a dress shop, but has been sent to be a librarian, maybe due to some like family obligation or parental expectations, that kind of thing.
It's a pretty tall order. Give us a luck check.
People who
on a
work at
nine-
libraries tend to like
Yeah.
books.
On a 19 or a 20, you can find that sort of a person.
Oh, 16, which is like better than I've rolled on like everything else.
On a 16, you find...
Just the least bookish looking librarian is what I'm looking for.
The least looking one looks to be Omnak. Omnak is... they're still a librarian, but by all accounts they seem... They've got kind of purple skin, big, large, curled goat horns.
Ah, yeah, they'll do.
Your standard sort of tiefling looking person.
Yep, they'll do.
I was going to say the least looking bookish librarian person, which is going to be something else like
Wait, what?
No, I'm going to...
Wait, you're saying I do look like a librarian or I don't?
I'm
yes.
going,
I'm saying you do.
Okay.
But you were
I
the
am
like, but that's
going
how
to-
lucky she was.
Right.
while they're all debating whether or not to go and seek information, I'm going to go over and try and have a quiet word with that librarian.
As you walk up to Omnak, they currently have a empty bookshelf and several different stacks of books, and are currently kind of stroking their goatee mill, looking like they're reevaluating their life decisions.
I understand that.
Oh, can I help you?
I'm wondering if you can. I am not very comfortable in places with lots of books. It's not really my thing. But are there any books in here that I could maybe... They need to be quite straightforward. That I could maybe read that would help me not be quite as hapless. So, my friends, they like books. I don't really like books. I'm trying to learn to like books. Any books for people like me in this
You want to
giant library?
learn to like books?
A learning to like book.
I can give you some reading recommendations, yeah?
Yes, I think.
Are you looking for fiction or non-fiction? Are you looking for books about things or books about stories?
You see that mushroom lady over there?
Trying to blend in.
Is she a friend of yours?
Well, she isn't a fan of books really, but she really likes knowing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think probably books about things.
Okay.
Yeah. Rather than
Any-
like made up things. I'm good at making things up.
Okay. Any things in particular?
Important things.
Let me get you some stuff and I'll be back in a couple
Yeah.
of minutes.
Okay.
And they kind of head off. You see them looking at Amanita a decent bit as they
Can I do a thing?
Reduce
they-
only half.
Can I...
When you're doing large reduce,
What are
reduce,
books?
reduce.
Like, is there anything made of plant in here?
Yes.
Can I speak with the
What's
book?
his name?
The books are dead plants, so no.
Can I speak with dead?
It's not like
It's-
Anna.
so
We
here's
like.
the thing, like, you probably would...
And you
This
can
place
just
is-
now
it's
carry
like-
like
Okay, now it's
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's
and
it-
weaker.
my dead sisters.
Well, that's
I
the-
guess
when
you could
when
probably
when I
maybe
cracked before
hide a
about
little
like
better.
information necromancy.
Yeah.
Probably an apt description of what books are from the sisterhood's point of view.
Yeah.
You can't talk with them. They don't think.
Hmm.
They don't. The the goal of like imperial academic writing is to remove the self rather than a memory which is all about the self. It's antithesis to the sisterhood in many ways. So there's probably an alarming lack of plants to talk to.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I mean,
The three of you at the front, what are you thinking in regards to plan? Are you going to talk with the librarian or sneak around yourselves?
Amanita's just like, there is so much death here. So many trees that could have spoken and memories preserved.
I'm just gonna wander around the halls aimlessly.
Yeah.
I'll approach the
If I
librarian.
bump into someone, that would be cool. But
Mm.
no.
Cool. Give me a luck check to see who you bump into.
That's a 3.
Beautiful.
At librarian time.
I bumped into Ubers. Oh no,
Alistair.
rats. Alistair
Um,
Blackmore.
As you walk
Who's gonna kill me? Like, let's see. This is
it's only slightly better than the option for a 1, which was classic.
Let's see. Oh, yeah.
You see in a section. You're a wizard. You've learned your skills presumably through study.
Yes.
You know how libraries work. In fact, you've probably been here several times before. In a section on the history of the Swarmlands, you see Alistair Blackthorn looking through several books on the topic. As you kind of bump into him, you see he says, "Oh, my apologies."
My name's. What's my name again?
Talk to me.
Archeon.
Alistair Blackthorn.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yes. I must say, you seem familiar. You've been around here before, haven't you?
I have. I've
Yes.
been enjoying my retirement in this part of town.
Ah, wonderful. It's a beautiful part of the world. I moved here myself a number of years ago now, of course, but it is a lovely, lovely place. Full of possibilities.
A friend of mine, Mornon, went missing around here. Did you happen to hear anything about him or where he might have gone?
Mornon? No, I'm afraid not. I don't know the chap.
Okay. I just heard you
I'll
might
keep
have
an eye on
been
it
around,
if
but yeah. He's
have
a
you-
tiefling wizard with very good sword fighting skills.
I find myself in the fortunate position to recently have been a counsellor. I could speak with the Obsidian Butchers if you'd like us to do a manhunt.
Ah, good for you. But thank you. That's fine.
Very well.
I'll look around myself.
The town guard would be of help as well if you find them useful.
If I can't find him soon, I'll keep that in mind.
All the best.
Thank you.
Goes back to looking through.
Yeah, I guess we'll just start walking off.
Lovely. That leaves Zara.
The good thing was at least he knows that Alistair Blackthorn isn't Mornon.
Yeah.
Because Mornon probably would have introduced himself. So,
You'd think.
I'll walk in and try and find a librarian or someone.
You can see the head librarian over by a large stack of papers filling out what looks to be some sort of report. Go talk with her.
Do you want to come with, or you want to go somewhere else?
From memory, Alistair Blackthorn was from like the constructed. What state was that?
He's
It was,
from the.
Ironclad Union originally.
can I
on
find the
Borderlands
Ironclad Union section?
Yeah, there's certainly books on.
Specifically,
books
I'm
on
looking for like if there's any knowledge of their like political structure
Absolutely, there'd be
and where
lots of
someone
documentation.
like an Alistair Blackthorn or that sort of person, because I'm guaranteed
Yeah.
would have been told about this guy,
Mhm.
and just that area, and obviously they're trying to push into the Shadowfen area. So like I'm more looking like, how does this all tie in?
Yeah,
You know, is there someone greater than Alistair Blackthorn
Oh, he wasn't.
pushing a power play, or is he being self-interested? Basically, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
for
find
sure.
a tie.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do some. That'll take like an hour or two. Of
Yeah.
downtime.
It'll be quite a while.
Anita seems to have some stuff that she'll be doing for downtime. Electra has some stuff. Anita, what are you up to?
I'll go to the head librarian, I suppose.
You see, she immediately recognizes you.
I found an idea for something to do in the entire
Yeah.
because I think seeing Alice of Blackthorn both triggered me as the player, and I think
Predominantly as the player.
I can go research information on like the kind of spell that would have changed Mornon's brain.
Oh.
That's what the Archdruid was looking into.
So you can
That's
come
in the
with me.
restricted area at the bottom.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's
wanna
what
talk to
we've
like-
come here to find.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just that I'm not doing that. Then there's Zara by the look of it.
So I know that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Then I'll go with you.
Wonderful.
Does anyone else want to come and do this investigation? or are you
I
both
am
happy?
trying to look comfortable in a library.
You'll get your book list back, your kind of recommended books back after they finish that chat.
Yeah.
You can go with them if you like. There'll be a chance to go with them before they descend into the vault.
I would go with them, trying very hard to front it out as studious.
Have you got fake glasses that you put on?
Totally, they're in my disguise kit.
Oh yes, I too enjoy this.
Wardens have such
Yes,
good saving throws.
I am kind of eyeballing what everybody else looks like in here. So I know Amanita's changed into her council robes, which I haven't got. But I'm looking around at the librarians, and I've got all my bougie shadow fan kit on at the moment. I may put my travelling cloak on. I may absolutely get my disguise kit out and put on some
Fair glasses.
maybe a prisoners for close work, and largely looking around at how to be studious and intellectual.
There's a lot of people looking at bookshelves for a very long time.
So I'm doing that.
As the 2, 3, potentially 4 of you head over to the head librarian, you see she says, I'm Anita. Haven't seen you in some time. Come to reconsider your policy on our record keeping, have you?
I'd hardly call this graveyard record keeping.
The trick is keeping it for years to come. You both know your order. I'm not here to rehash old arguments. I see you've bought friends. What can I do for you?
We're looking to enter the the bottom level of this library.
After some controlled literature, are you?
Yes.
Hey, counsellor, you can do as you please. Anything in particular we're looking for today, or you're just looking to browse occult tomes?
The Archdruid Erwin recently came down with some illness.
Yeah, she came down here yesterday.
She's asked us to continue her research and bring her a book.
I suppose you'd be looking into the same tomes she was then.
Yes, which were?
There was something about the body corpus, and no, that's right. It was the Corpus Mysterium.
Oh yeah,
A
we knew
fuddling
that.
little book, that one. Far too arcane for my tastes. You see, she gets up and slowly starts walking her way. You know, this person stands at a
Favorite
90-degree angle, hunched over. A bit too academic for my taste in the magical system, but, you know, interesting in theory. There was a few others she was wanting to check out. They were borrowed out, unfortunately, when she got here. I don't think they've been returned yet.
Oh, who borrowed them?
I'd have to check the logs. You see, you go over to an elevator, which is quite an odd thing in this, of course. The Ironclad Union has elevators here, pretty unusual, but great big floor platform. She walks in, pulls a lever, platform and floor starts moving down. Who's going into the vaults? Who's staying up on top? Just real quick. Are you going to go down, or are you going to stay up?
Would you have, because, yeah, if it's time for you, yeah.
Yeah. You're moving only on your own schedule. So.
As we go down, Amanita begins to glow more as they go.
I love that. You move down, going underground through the first level, second level, third level, and each time you pass a gradually more secure door. The bottom level is basically a bank vault. You see Head Librarian takes a key out from around her neck, unlocks it, and says, your council token if you would. place that against the door. Second part of the key opens up, and you go into what is effectively a cross between a bank vault and a library. So each book is pretty much secured in its own, sometimes stained glass, sometimes steel cage up on the wall. So it's very space inefficient, but keeps these books completely secure. You see, she starts to look through, picks up the log, flips through some things. Yeah, no, not been returned yet, I'm afraid. They're still checked out. You said you wanted to know who?
Yes, we could speak to them and see if we could get books.
It looks like Jarl Balkan's taken out all three. Sorry, not Jarl Balkan. Jarl...
Oh, there is Jarl Balkan.
It is Jarl.
Yeah.
Looks like Jarl Balkan's taken out all three of them.
And which books were these?
Which way did Jarl Balkan vote?
They were
He
part of-
voted for.
They voted against. They were.
Oh, sorry,
they're
they're against. It was
they were one of
with
the three.
one of the
threatening to
three.
secede,
Yeah.
from the West March.
Yeah.
See, looks like they've taken it out. That's the Corpus Mysterium, the Iraqian mysteries, and look, I don't speak Swarm. This one then shows you a title in a language. Does anyone here speak Swarm? Swarmish, what it's called? I don't think anyone does. Not Swarmish, Satish.
No.
It's jumbled letters too.
Okay. So, Balkan's got the Corpus Mysterium?
They've checked them out, yes.
Okay.
I certainly hope they have them.
Wasn't the Corpus Mysterium the one we were looking for?
Yep.
Okay, so we need to go see.
That was so Claxie remembered from her own mind that was a book that you'd need to do this sort of a spell, and then went to check it out from the library.
they've gone.
That's when they were attacked.
Okay.
Something you're noticing now, there's not a lot of places to be attacked here. The opening of the elevator is in the middle of this very public library, and then it goes straight down to a vault. It's a very odd place to be attacked.
Do there seem to be any bloodstains or anything?
You look for signs of a struggle, yeah. It's an investigation check.
Savos is with us, I presume.
Yeah, if you want to.
Oh, come on.
2 for a 1.
22.
You have determined that it seems the large steel platform you're on is capable of motion in a vertical or horizontal manner.
I'm standing in the middle of it, anticipating going back up and working out what particular pose one should strike when ascending on a platform through a library.
22. You see just this little glint in the corner of one of the metal structures that houses books, this little shining thing. And as you walk over there and plug it out to have a look, it's a small shard of crystal. And with a 22, you recognise that this comes from the head of the staff of the Archdruid. Sorry.
I'll just put it in my pocket and not say anything.
Yeah, it's quite small, like shard of glass sort of sized. And also standing at the 20, you do see some, not heavy, but definitely there, kind of scuff marks in the ground, almost like when people are in shoes against like linoleum sort of thing. Just kind of marks of something being dragged against this ground really quickly. Around the same spot, you see the shard.
Sorry, I might have just blanked out for a second. Did you guys talk to the head librarian?
Yes.
About what's her face, the Archdruid being there?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Can I make an insight check on that?
Yeah, by all means.
Answer to it.
Yeah, for sure.
That is. So that's. Do I get +2 for the?
What are you doing? Insight?
Insight.
Yeah, that's a wisdom.
13.
13. She doesn't seem to be lying. She seems fairly uninterested in the Archdruid when you mentioned her. There wasn't much of a reaction.
Yeah, cool.
You see the head librarian says, anything else I can help you with?
That will be all.
Very well. You know the drill.
Oh, actually, no. Before she goes, just are there any books down here that are to do with spells or any kind of rituals that transfer brain from one body to another that are doing
You see, she says, now you mention it, the main ones I'd recommend are the ones Mel Balkan seems to have taken out.
Oh, okay.
You could also do well looking at the Sakia Fractora, as well as. So she's looking through the catalogue quite quickly. So she says, the Compendium of Dark and Forbidden Magic.
Are those available, or have they been checked out as well?
The Psychum Fractoria is available. The Compendium we don't allow to leave the site, but you're welcome to read it down here.
Okay.
And you see she goes over, points to where those are, and says, I will leave you all to it then, if there's nothing else.
Sweet. Okay.
You see she goes into the lift, heads back up.
Amanita mutters under her breath, enjoy your time with the dead.
You were left in this very, quite dimly lit vault underneath. There's kind of a centre table for reading with some more light, but otherwise it's very
No one
dark.
else is down
There's
here?
almost a fog. No, the only other people allowed down here are councillors and a couple of estate academics, that sort of thing. Foreign diplomats. There's almost a
Diplomats.
fog curling on the ground.
I don't like this.
We'll have a read of that book that she's saying.
I'll read one and you read the other if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
am not reading anything. I am kind of just mooching around, looking at where this fog is coming from.
Yeah.
Amanita puts on gloves before she touches the book.
The books here are quite interesting to look at, just because they're niche, occult, and rare tomes. There's some that are less books and just a collection of bound scrolls or carved tablets and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Which one of you would like to look at the Encyclopedia of Dark Magic, and which one of you would like to look at the Psychum Factor?
I like to look at the second one.
The Psychum Pastoral. I'll look at the dark magic one then.
Investigation checks, if you'd be so kind.
I'll guide it to myself before I do this.
I'm not going to allow it because it's a long-term task. It's
Okay,
gonna take
yeah,
about-
fair
it doesn't take roughly half
Yeah.
hour.
Unless I'm
downtime per
constantly
book.
doing it then. Yeah.
Zara, what are you up to?
Zara would be asking where this guy lives.
Who? Jarl
The guy,
Volker?
yeah.
He doesn't live in Greensgood. He actually lives in a whole different part of the country. Luckily, I have here.
Is he staying in town?
He is staying in town, yes. Jarl Vulcan hails from the Vodna, port to the south in Westmarch, which is the same place that Busker Rawhide and the late Isaac Manytooth come from.
Do you know where he's staying?
I'm afraid not. I could send a bird to find out for you if you like.
Oh, that would be appreciated.
We have that discussion before she leaves. She goes upstairs to find that information out. You very conceivably could have had those books on the politics of the Ironclad. You brought down with you. Wonderful. Give us an investigation check as you check across those. How do you do on this side?
26.
Way better than me. 9.
9.
I'm going
so
to use my...
there's a base level you get just from spending your downtime doing this. You're not going to like a nat 1 doesn't give you nothing from an entire book, but with a 9, you have a look. This sort of magic is what class of wizard are you? Sorry, like subclass.
As in the school?
Yeah.
Evocation.
Evocation. You're an evocation wizard, so this sort of thing isn't really your wheelhouse. You deal in elemental summonings, power damage, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
This is very delicate magic, much more intricate than what you are used to worrying about. You definitely couldn't cast this sort of stuff with ease. Could be done, long-term sort of thing. There isn't anything in here particularly about what you saw happen to Mornon. It's more about lore walking and memory exchanging. So kind of taking information from one person and giving it to another.
Okay.
As well as a few other bits and pieces, but nothing that quite hits on exactly what we've seen in the Cycle Factor.
That could be helpful.
Could definitely be helpful.
Is there any spells or
absolutely.
stuff?
There's a number of spells. They're all very high level. So these are the sorts of spells you wouldn't cast using spell slots. You'd have to do a certain amount of downtime to either write them in a scroll or to do a ritual, which basically allows you to cast higher than normal level spells. You definitely could do them. There'd be a few in there that do different things. I'll quickly rattle off a couple. There's one for learning the things a dead person knows, similar to what the Sisterhood does, only you get the memory rather than nebulous mushroom network.
Yeah.
There's ones for giving and taking of memories or information related to a topic, kind of like Mind Drop, I think it's called. It's a level 1 spell. It's not Mind Drop, it's... I don't know, it's something like that. It does the same thing, where you can give someone one of your memories, and then there's also hostile versions of that where you can take memories from someone if they fail a save.
I want these.
This is banned and forbidden magic.
Yeah.
Is there any way I can kind of take enough or jot enough information down for this to be able to pass it on to like a Dietrich who'd be actually use it more often than me? Because I probably can't use it. But...
Yeah, you could absolutely do that. That's probably not... it's at very least not polite. It's probably illegal, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You don't want to be caught with these copies of these documents. You can absolutely make them, though. There's nothing down here to keep an eye on your stop you from doing it. You spend that half an hour, you get peg pad, you take down the write runes for those spells, the context, and that sort of stuff, and Digit will have enough to put that together with sufficient time.
And I'm going to make sure those papers that I've got them jotted down are in like a pocket of my cloak that's very easily reachable, so that I can even like if I feel like I'm going to be able to get caught, I can just like reach in and press the dictation immediately.
Yeah, for sure. You can scrub them, that sort of thing. Yeah, love that. That's fun. You do that with kill switch. The Encyclopedia of Dark and Forbidden Magic. There's a lot in there. It's an encyclopedia.
26 as well.
26. It more references spells than actually has how to cast them. Talks about like why they're banned, when they've been banned, that sort of thing. With a 26, you do find the key bit of information in there, which is a spell known as Soul Swap. So as you take the mind of one person and put it in the body of another. It does kill the person you put. It kills the person from the original body. So is it meditative? If this was the spell that was used, is it meditative to put it in the one murdered? You do find that. This doesn't say how to cast it though, but it does like references its existence. If that makes sense.
Cool.
Has some information on it. It's banned and illegal.
Yep.
Most spells that like instantly kill someone are not legal. It's particularly though controlled because of its huge capacity to imitate people. It's a 7th level spell, so big deal. And I think that's about it that you get from them. That's the specific questions you had about it.
Would there also be stuff in this book about... I know Lich-related stuff has been banned, but anything relating to corruption and perhaps necrosis?
Yeah, so there'd be a lot of spells that reference them coming from the corruption element.
Yeah.
Spells are sometimes talked about as being like pure embodiments of a set element.
Yeah.
This one being corruption is the element it's associated with.
Yeah.
Necrosis, though, is not mentioned by name.
Okay.
And like stuff about liches is not so much like forbidden knowledge as it is rust.
Yeah.
It was burnt, destroyed, got rid of, not put in a vault.
Fair enough.
How is that investigation check on the...
Are you in the same room?
Yeah. 10.
You can add 2.
The
12.
Ironclad Union is run by the... Let me check my notes here for the name.
I like the Eon Hills.
That's the Iron Hills.
Eorn.
That's the good spelling hills is what they're called.
Yeah, I thought it was like deliberately meant to be Eornist to say it's not the Iron Hills now.
Are you
Close
with Dr. Mia?
Dr. Mia is Council of 5. The Ironclad Union is the union there is run by the Council of 5, a group of 9, I think it is, people. It would have the exact number there, who are basically oligarchs. The Council of 5 is nothing like the Greensgood Council in that you don't get on the Council of 5. The Council of 5 is as it is. It's a much smaller group of people. There is a monarch of the Ironclad Union, a queen. Put the name here. Let's go with. Queen Tarina.
Tarina, oh, what a name.
Tarina, who is very old and essentially a figurehead.
So she's a puppet.
Pretty much. The head of the Council of Fire is one Dr. Mia, widely regarded as being the most intelligent rodent or possibly person of the current age. Genius inventor, brilliant schemer, invented half the stuff that made the Ironclad Union what it is today. For someone like Blackthorn, who's just from a vaguely rich family, there was very little else they could get out of the Ironclad Union, like social hierarchy-wise. Unless you're part of the aristocracy or somehow going to get on that council that people don't get on or go off of. It's the 9 people who run the country, and their parents and before them, and so on and so forth. The best he could have been is what he was, which was a rich person sold.
So the best you can get is money.
Pretty much, yeah. The best you could be is rich, and he was.
Interesting. So he doesn't have a political reason for doing this.
No, it's entirely possible. So, with what you read from that, it's entirely possible that he's working like for the Council of Fire. Why though would make very little sense given what he's doing.
Yeah, either he's working with someone who's not in the Ironclad Union, like the Swarm or something, on their behalf, or he has his own.
Yeah, or he's just wants to be a councillor because all the obvious ones.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to research while you're in the library?
I was told by Elmwood that the Sisterhood was potentially hiding their past.
Yep.
Is there anything on the Sisterhood here?
Give me an investigation check that the librarian's not allowed to tell you. Or you can go get them if you want to.
Investigation?
Or I'll let you use history.
History? Okay, 18.
18. With an 18, you find tucked away in one corner, actually growing mushrooms out of the cage. You see a book titled in a language not of common, written in Giant. Do you speak Giant at all?
I do.
Written in Giant, entitled "The History of the Lost Northern Mushrooms."
Oh.
This is a very
Frigate.
old book. Very old. You see
Mushrooms do not get lost.
the first page
In a
is
book.
Just records and records of copied by scribe such and such in the year blah blah, copied by in the year blah blah blah, da, da, just on and on. You see the original draft seems to date back not just pre-Mage War, but well back to the settling of the continent of Stormbound.
The
Hundreds and hundreds
original
of years
mushrooms.
Okay.
back. And they talk about how the first dwarves, the Forge Fathers, when they came to the north, back before the ice capped the Keloid Mountains, being those there on that map, back when the far north still had grassy summers, there existed a network of mushrooms. Give me an investigation check to see what else you get out of that.
Just a quick question. What time are we roughly going to wrap up tonight? Because Garda's picking me up. So
Oh, cool.
Give it like 10, 20 minutes. Heads up.
Yeah, cool. What time do people want to wrap up?
I'm happy to go whenever.
Amazing.
Do you want to go to 10ish? That's about another hour and a bit.
That works.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. We'll go to about 10 o'clock.
Okay.
What was this again?
Investigation. See what else you can get.
20.
20?
Not natural.
Did 20. And they talk about there was a connection that you can infer with them once you would have been connected to the cellular network, and that they had the foresight not to destroy the strongholds of these poison mushrooms, but to cut them off the source, go target specific ones along below the mountains, cutting it off from the main network, and that they then describe it turning, warping, overgrowing, strange creatures wandering forth from the sanctums, people being taken by the mushrooms and returning not of themselves.
Give around the killer mushroom book.
And that eventually what came to pass was that the dwarves had to form the Northern Pact with the Frost Spirits who used their cold and ice to actually cool down the mountains, which was partly done to freeze over and get rid of these old sanctuaries. These mushrooms can't stand the cold.
So they messed with the sanctums and then it caused...
They mess with the sanctums, they cut it off from the main heart. So because the greenhold is in the heart of the sanctum is in Shadowfen, there's a particular connection across the Fenric River that they severed and cut.
So they stopped it
And then they cut
getting
it off from the main
infected.
one, and that, local network they created, twisted warped, went terrible.
So
Turned foul. is
Could
the
it be
phrase
that
used.
they re-enabled that crossing and are attacking now?
Well, the
Someone
north
else
is
I reckon
tried
it's
to
probably
cut
just
a new one.
come from there. It's just started warping south.
But if it happened when
Because it
someone
can't
tried to...
go north
Sorry,
with the
not to...
cold.
No. The other bit that's important there is that they talk about they allied with the Frostlings, who are described as coming from the further north, which is a very mysterious place. Only the dwarves go that far north, and even they don't go.
They're
too
the
far.
wildlings.
They're kind of like the
White
children of the
Walkers.
forest, pretty much. The Frostlings are really different to any other race in Stormbound. They are almost purely ice energy creatures. They melt if they get too hot. They don't really speak as much as they kind of just sing with their magic presence. They're very strange alien. You don't find them south of the Keyword Mountains.
You know, I'm sure everyone in this room too is probably really fucked off with me right now because I have a cloak that just mutters all day and we're in a quiet library.
You're in this
Like-
quiet, echoey space.
I just
Every
silence on
corner
your
you can
cloak.
just
Just like the voices, the people, the knowledge.
So whenever network is north, according to this book, at least, is long destroyed, buried under tons and tons of ice and snow that have long taken the
Yeah. It's really hard to kill a mushroom. They're like cockroaches.
Yeah.
fire and ice are the ways to do it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to share
I'll
that
send
with
you
the
the
group.
picture of the new mushroom that people found.
You're not going to share that
Okay.
with the group.
No, I'm
Oh, okay.
Oh, secret.
Oh, it's so cute.
Let's see.
It's
Oh,
like a new species of mushroom.
the little blue
What?
one.
Yeah.
Oh, oh my goodness,
is-
it's
is
tiny.
awfully
Yeah, it's absolutely tiny. Do you want
That's-
to see it?
Yeah, that's great. Oh wow, this is small.
Yeah.
That's large.
Yeah.
Oh, you just
That's
stumbled
like
on
a
that by
Balthazar
accident.
mushroom, you know?
I was going to
Pretty.
say the exact same
A
thing.
lot smaller than Balthazar.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Don't
Even
make
Balthazar's
Balthazar
thing
feel
is-
like, man, I'm looking massive next to this thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Anyone else, anything they want to research while you're in the forbidden locked up knowledge?
So that's almost depths, like the.
No, I'm
Forbidden
literally
locked up
hanging
knowledge.
around
Hang
on
on,
the
let me
platform.
That's the place you're in. You're in
Let me
you're in
just-
Shadowfen's vault where they
I'm not
put all the
gonna-
books they don't want
I'm
to
not
see.
sharing it
Let
though.
me just flip a coin real quick. Oh.
Lycion doesn't know what care about that stuff.
Alright, I shift weave back into the cloak as Zaheen takes control. He is looking into the ways in which, you know, like this is very similar to what happened when he put us all in another, like obviously him getting like transferred into his sister's body. He's looking into like that aspect of magic and like is there a section on like necromancy or forbidden? Well, obviously there's the book that she found, but like is there anything not specifically related to like the body swapping, but like any other stuff in that area that is like not very nice, I would say. You know, like
Yeah, for sure.
forbidden books.
You find. Give me an investigation check. See what you can find.
Oh, that's good. And I get +2, I guess.
You do indeed.
So that's 23.
Damn. You find there is one book. The title is On Life, just very plain and simply. It's a leather-bound black book and has what looks by all accounts to be a skull. The face of the skull fixed to the front of the book. As you look through there, it talks about this idea that life is the idea that life is a mixture of 8 elements. When you put the 8 elements in harmony, you can create life. And the difficulty with that is that magic itself leans towards one element or another, which is why magic that creates life is so difficult to get. It almost always comes from people who draw from gods and avatars and aspects and that sort of thing, being clerics. Is there anything particular you're looking for in that, or just wanting to look on that kind of question?
Just posing the thought of like what is life? Yeah. Probably be pretty happy with.
What
This
is
is
life?
one very old necromancer posing this idea that in their experience all life comes down to is a particular sustained type of magic.
And then the other question is, what is a soul? And how does that relate with...
I'm getting into really heavy questions.
This book would posit that there are no souls. This book says that the soul is simply the energy that is used to power a spell. They recognise in that this is an unpopular opinion amongst...
well, considering there's like two people in one body, surely that would be like
Assuming it
two
was
souls.
and stuff, it wasn't as like
But, yeah.
and then it's like
Another book you find more on souls. You see the Psyche Factora talks a lot about that Archeon was looking through earlier. That talks about knowledge as one thing, but then also talks about like the person and the soul as a separate, secondary thing to what you know and what you've lived through.
Very interesting. Okay.
That book, the On Life, though, doesn't really have anything in the way of magic or spells or anything like that. It's more just this an attempt to
I
understand.
would have shown you that crystal piece once the
Oh, okay.
librarian left.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to do it in front of her.
Would I also recognise that it was from this stuff?
Well, I would have said.
I
think
assume I can-
I think this.
Oh yeah, by the way, just a heads up for everyone else.
Although I wouldn't have known what the stuff looked like, so actually I wouldn't have known that.
No, I suppose not. Though you would have heard.
Well, no, yeah, I
her
would have
talking
seen her
about
around
her
because
staff
I've been
and talking
hanging
about
around
her.
her for a few years, I think, at this point.
Yeah, you
So
would.
I probably would have.
She's the second most important person on the council.
Yeah.
Basically, you probably know of her, and she
Bestie.
always has those stars.
Just a heads up, like Zara doesn't need to eat, drink, or breathe.
Neat.
She doesn't sleep.
I do
And
love
magic
the
can't put her
idea
to sleep.
of
Yeah.
like you sitting with someone studying, and then just the realization of like, why aren't you breathing? I really am thinking like, why is it so quiet?
But then there's the muttering, so like like it sort of
I suppose
shields
it's,
that. Like
it's-
and
I don't
you
even
know
think I've noticed that.
heaps of other shit. I have advantage from death saving throws and things like that, which is kind of
You'd probably subconsciously not notice it and just be like, "There's something really off about you."
Yeah.
immune to
Just go like,
disease as well. It's a good one.
You're not breathing.
What is wrong with you?
I wish I had that power when I'm in the library and I'm breathing too heavily. I'm freaking out people around me.
Absolutely. Climbing up those horrendous stairs that are like this steep for no reason. Anyway.
Alright. I think that's it.
I wish I had a
Everyone's
cat.
happy with the library section.
Actually, can I do a thing?
Yeah.
Do any of you have paper?
Yes, presumably.
I don't usually use paper, but I'm going to write down what I find.
Mhm.
It's not for the memories, but it's for paper.
I
no!
I have paper. I tear it out to the back of Okram for Dummies.
Oh,
You know the notes section where you should make
Yeah,
notes
yeah.
on like in one of those books. I tear out those pages and go.
When she
Whoa.
sees you tearing the paper, she reacts like in Mean Girls when she snaps the tiara. And he's just
I don't think she'd mind.
The head librarian would have a connection if she was here.
It's my book. It's
From
not
the
like a book I
upstairs,
borrowed.
from the
Yeah, but it's
upstairs,
more that
she's
it's like a
just
plant,
watching
so
the
that you're like you're.
It's
kind
a
of
death plant.
It's a death plant.
I'm like, here you go.
ripping off a dead limb. I guess. It's not-
Amanita does not really know how to write. It has been 20 plus years since she's written anything.
What do you write? Or do you keep it secret?
I write down what I find, the general facts of what happened to the network, and then I fold it up and I put it into my robe.
Interesting. You would be aware that the protocol, I suppose is the word tradition, is that when you visit a sanctuary, you deposit your recent memories there. You can audit that to a degree, but it will be noticeably absent.
Yeah.
To like lead out days.
Okay.
Just something for you to deal with next time we visit.
Yeah. Ooh.
I actually think that Amanita, despite not having written anything for 20 years, would write better quality than 95% of people.
I'll be surprised.
Perfect calligraphy,
Yeah.
like
I'm a bit
Whilst I'm so sorry, it's so messy.
it's so
I couldn't
messy.
possibly-
It's
can't
just like,
possibly- After you
Electra
have
looks
all
a
these
little
things,
sad.
I'm assuming you will put back the books that you are reading and that sort of thing. No one tries to
Yes.
steal anything.
I copied everything.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and find my purple
Anything
librarian
interesting?
who really wants to work in a hat shop.
Yeah, you go in the elevator back to the top. You see
It's
the
just
librarian
some
who you
illegal
had been
stuff.
talking to gives you a small stack of books. You see one of them being on the nature of elements, another one being a Traveller's Guide to Stormbound and the regions there within. That sort of very, very general sort of something on science, something on geography, something on politics, something on. There's
Get me?
one that's
My book.
just quite simply titled Numbers.
Has it literally got one number on the page with like little illustrations?
The first
Numerology.
10 pages are just indeed the
Numbers.
left hand side is a big, like Arabic style
Wow.
numeral, and then the right is explaining what the number is.
Nice. That's where I'm at. Am I allowed to borrow these?
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
Then I will borrow them.
They take like your name down, that sort of thing, give you a date to bring them back by, and like,
Oh
a
my
week or
God.
two.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to borrow these books. I'm trying to do that in a relatively surreptitious way, like at the back.
Probably a little difficult since you're travelling as a group, but you give it a go, yeah.
Yeah. So like I'm like right at the back, like styling it out in my satchel.
As we're walking, because we're walking out now, everyone happy to.
Yeah.
Amanita will start whispering the prayer that they do, or not whispering, saying it aloud, the prayer that the sisterhood do for the dead and the memories, just to make a point.
You see, as you're doing that from like up on the second floor balcony, head librarian kind of leans over and goes, "You don't need to do that every time. You've already prayed for them. They're also books, not corpses."
Amanita continues saying it.
Yeah.
I love their writing.
Mother, guide them to the places. Yeah.
I think it's that fun thing where like one of them's like, "No, I deeply ideologically oppose what you're doing. You can't write books." I don't know. I seem to have books. Like, I seem to be doing it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
They should have like some kind of card game for the fate of the universe.
An ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh duel. You now know that you have Jarl Balkan,
Yes.
the one who borrowed out these
Mm.
books. The only other thing, the itinerary that had a copy of who borrowed what,
Mhm.
would you have taken or copied down the details left about Jarl Balkan? We would have had to, that's how you could find where they're staying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't have, but I don't know if you would.
Oh.
I would have.
Cool. You grab that. Jarl Balkan is staying in just a section of the city, the upper city in Elm, near the Green Heart. You heading there?
Yeah.
Wonderful. You head there. Jarl Balkan is quite easy to find. There are a couple of other orcs staying in the same place who look
Oh,
very much like
Zara's back.
soldiers, that sort of thing.
Lovely Trissy.
As you kind of coming up the stairs towards their house, you see
Have any of us even clicked on to the fact that you're changing personalities at the time? I don't think any of us have.
I
You
think
haven't
you
really
guys
done
know my
anything
character
to-
mitigaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've probably not noticed.
I don't think any of us.
I feel like Amanita probably would have
I
noticed.
feel
Her
like you would have
insight
noticed
is
the
also
difference in
dark.
voice. Like,
But anyway,
yeah.
With
Switching
my
between this
21
lovely, like,
passive insight, I'm going to say that I've checked.
yeah.
that's
But you can tell that it's like not. You probably heard.
Yeah.
To be fair, like Balthazar probably talked about.
As
So-
we're walking then,
I think
Amanita...
you're just some crazy person tagging along.
We're all crazy here. You're
Yeah.
the same person.
I'm crazy. I'm definitely crazy. Crazy on my own height.
Okay. As we're walking along,
Crazy
I
is
walk,
relative.
That's
I
why I'm
walk
like
up to
really
Zara
depressed.
and go,
After losing a fight and giving up.
"Why does your cloak
yielding is a rough one.
It's very annoying."
sometimes great power comes with downsides. The cloak has its benefits. It is
has
always
a-
watching.
It has a
there
lot
I
of-
like shimmer back into my cloak.
It has a lot of eyeballs, that cloak. I'm not sure eyes are really in this season. I mean, maybe, just as like a tip, if you had it like designed like a peacock, the eyes would be less noticeable as eyeballs.
That is really good advice.
Yeah, it's good advice.
Thank
but
you. Yes. Thank you,
Says,
TM.
says
That,
God out of nowhere.
that was really good
Can I
advice.
try something?
Thank you.
The
What are you
eyes
saying?
are.
What?
The eyes
What are you
allow.
saying?
Me
I said to just not to change your cloak, just to design peacock feathers all over the cloak, so that the eyes sit in the peacock feathers, so it looks like a peacock feather sort of cloak, rather than disconcerting freaking eyeballs all over it.
Yeah, do not cast lightning because it actually blinds me. Like if
Don't you worry about it. I have a mirror ball.
No, that would actually probably blind me.
That'll do really well.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
would say
am waiting
the,
for it.
the eyes see everything,
Not forever.
Just
they won't.
slightly annoyed.
including.
Just
They let me see into the ethereal plane.
I'm sure they
The
see
four of you
not
are
as
on
much
the
as
back
the
of a
memories.
gondola going down one of the
Well, the memories
one of them
is
canoes.
is that even
discussing
seen
his
at that
fashion
point.
choices. Yeah.
We
And
have
Some poor
senses
toes
beyond
just look
the-
at you.
Like you see forward and back in time. Well, no, you see back in time, not just.
I
You
see.
see
Do you get
forward
hurt
and
if someone pokes you in one
No, I
of those
can't.
eyeballs?
History is just repeating the past.
Did you ask that? I poke him in one of those. I poke her in one of those eyeballs. I just a claw comes out and just goes.
God, you're lucky it's there and not him. You are lucky it's there and not him.
Can I just try and spore link with
The
Zara?
eyeballs?
Yeah, it's an eyeball.
We're all way more interested in the eyeballs.
And the optic veil.
No, I just want to see if there's like two consciousnesses that I
He's
can
got
connect
two
with.
different consciousness. We're just like interested in the eyeballs. We haven't even clicked on that he's got two personalities.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's spalling.
Yeah.
I can seriously, I can make this look like peacocks and less like disconcerting eyeballs. Take my word for it, like blending in around here is like really important.
It's really good way to pick up the chair.
I'm gonna turn around to her and be like, look, I get that you want to help, but maybe you should look at your own clothing first. I'm gonna hand you.
My clothing is bougie fed.
I'm gonna hand you a cleansing stone
Ooh.
to borrow.
What is that soap?
It allows you to like clean the grime off your clothes.
My clothes
Oh,
are
that's-
sparkling. Oh no! My clothes are absolutely.
It was just a
We've
subtle insult.
we've had a long
Just
rest. I
But
get
is
the
that to
stone.
cancel out the crown?
No.
It wouldn't cancel out the crowd. I
No.
don't think. Like the crowd.
It would just
Yeah,
immediately
your,
get
your
grimy
common
and gross.
magic item does not cancel
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
The crowd.
But is that like the idea? Is like the stuff that you're saying that's grimy is from the crown?
I
And you're
just-
like, here's a cleansing
She's been
stone.
walking around all day.
I
I'm sure
take
there's some dust
your
from the
cleansing
library. Like, yeah.
I take your cleansing stone and I get out because I'm now getting a rock collection. I get out my talking stone from the professor, my intellectual lecture stone,
No.
and I go.
We can see as we compare the nature of stone with ice that they are not as different as one might initially assume.
This is my clever stone.
the
This.
fascinating aspect
just a
of
fucking
this is
rock.
the
Oh, give it back.
modifications in Lobby
Okay.
Class. When you analyze it,
I appreciate it. Back in the bag. Colossus is going to be like
It just-
the
it just
most
softly
intelligent.
talks through various things on Pintago's hooked up to it. Just
Yeah, no, I know.
She forgets to turn it off and just like at some point in the middle of
There's
the
no
battle,
off
it just
switch.
falls or it falls onto the ground.
Put it under my pillow like a headphone. It's kind of like an earpod, like a giant fancy
Listen to
earpod.
them as you go to
You should
sleep.
just throw that into the middle of a battle sometime.
No.
Just to confuse
I
the opponent for like
put that
just
on
enough to
at
give us
night.
a
Can we just leave it
So
somewhere
I
for
can
distraction?
learn.
Because
Oh,
she's
that
just
has
like,
to work
what is
exactly.
happening?
I can learn stuff in my sleep.
You just
through that rock.
osmosis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how
That's how
learning
it
works.
I can close my eyes and still see, which is scary.
You
That's what you want.
may or may not be able to do that when I've finished
So-
pricking all your eyeballs with
No,
my claw.
you were gonna
Oh, I just wanted to see which consciousness I would connect to, and are there two consciousnesses?
Ooh.
There's
I
a
leave that to
DM
you.
question.
Okay.
Okay.
Magically, it can happen if you want it to. That'll have really interesting
It would
effects
be
in the future, or it can be a character quirk. More or less.
So what I would say is you.
I'll do the thing that I do to everyone.
Yeah,
I'll put my
like if
hand
you
out
like
to someone.
telepathically speak with Zara,
My pitch would be both hear and both respond.
that's exactly the pitch that I'm going for. But they would be annoyed.
Canon.
Yeah.
You are not meant to be here. Get out of our head.
Oh.
This is our space.
This is full enough as is.
Yeah,
Three
we
is
don't
a
need
crowd.
three's a crowd. Like, why are you talking to us in this way? This is basically what the response you're going to get is.
As you arrive,
Seems
at
like you've
the,
got a network of your own.
as you arrive at the temporary dwellings of Yalbok, a number of orcs are packing up on what look to be large boats. Seems like they seem pretty keen to sail into the canals, into the main river, and then head off from there. You see a quite perturbed-looking Basker Rawhide kind of walking down the stairs of this an hour away. Basker Rawhide, great big crocodilian-like lizard folk, the skin of his chest and back removed long ago, that he now wears as a cape. He holds an enormous axe just on over his back. He doesn't go to talk to you, but just kind of looks over at the four of you as he walks past. If anyone wanted to say anything to him,
I'll say, I'm glad that the council saw sense in our vote.
yes, indeed.
We're glad to have you as part of the Shadow Fen still.
Yes, we should revel in victories, not. And he looks over his shoulder at the home of Yalbok, not aggravate old arguments.
Can I? No.
As you're walking towards Yalbok House, you come across Basker Rawhide, the great flayed crocodilian lizard folk, looking rather grumpy as he moves away. If you wanted to say anything to him, otherwise he passes the four of you.
Okay. Once he passes, is there anyone else here?
Like people can see you, but there's no one immediately around you.
So if I cast Detect Magic, it would be pretty obvious. Detect
Thoughts?
Keep saying that.
There's a chance Basker will see what you're doing, yeah. But other than
But
that,
if he's walked past us and he's not looking at us anymore.
it's more he might just overhear you casting a spell.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I will roll a perception check for him against.
It's where
DC.
Balthazar
Yeah.
comes in.
50.
He can
Yeah.
subcast,
Such a useless spell without subtle spell. No, I won't do it.
Not doing it? You would have failed.
Oh no.
He continues off, and you can go into the temporary lodgings of. There they are. You're welcome.
Okay.
You head inside, quite a nice enough place, but seems like everything's being packed up. Number of attendants and that moving stuff around. Jarl Balkan, great big, barrel of a chest, large square shoulders, great like sheepskin cape, leather armor, various war tattoos on their face. As you see, you head in there, just kind of they're looking at the door. In fact, as you open it, you see they. See the four of you going in and go, expect visitors. You've caught us just as we were about to leave. What do you need?
Okay. I go. I go. We've been to the big boring place with
The
all the
Dawnkeeper
books,
Library.
and you've borrowed some. Your name's in the ledger, and we were just wondering whether you happen to have finished with them because we'd like to read them.
Do I
Well-
look like a man of letters?
It
Can I
can
roll
be
insight?
very misleading,
Oh,
and I take out my big stack of books. I
I don't. What are you doing?
I take out my stack of
Oh, that's 20
Supernatural, but that's it.
23 insight.
I take out my stack of books and go,
Plus
people
two,
don't
yeah,
think that
Oh,
I
right.
also like books. But, first impressions can be really misleading.
They get it.
This one in particular
Sorry, I've
is
eaten so many.
excellent.
That's fine.
And I show him the numbers one.
Numbers. He is a lot smarter than he lets on.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to know what you're talking about with borrowing books, with a twist. Two things true at once. So, like, he's kind of lying, but he doesn't seem to be interested, worried, or reacting particularly to the thing of borrowed books.
Okay.
Can I insight just before I interject onto that?
Insight again on the same thing?
Well, would I kind of know that? Yeah. I was just going to ask him, have you found any gaps in your memory recently? The Sisterhood deals much in memories, and we've found some strange happenings in this city.
No.
Can I insight check that?
Yeah.
Were you in the library?
I haven't visited. I mean, I've been there before, but not this time.
Haven't visited. Oh, God.
31.
Can I ask before, you're confident that they don't remember
Right.
any gaps in their memory, although ironically that's rather difficult to remember.
Yeah.
Before anyone says anything else, he kind of interrupts and says, before this interrogation continues, you barged into my home. What do you want?
I'm going for honest and
Okay.
generally
you go first.
guileless.
Oh.
So, we're doing some investigating, I think. The druid lady with the big sticks wasn't the druid lady with the big sticks. She was in the library. Yes, you've not told me not to. She was in the library. And it says in the book that you were in the library, but you weren't in the library. So are you actually who you say you are, or are you someone else?
So Zara's going to turn around and say,
What your
what
eyeballs
this
tell us.
idiot of a cat is trying to get across is that we believe someone is impersonating counselors.
Alright.
And we suspect you were someone who was impersonated.
Okay. What makes you think I was being...
This is really difficult.
Well, you said you have not been at the library
That's correct. Why do you
And-
think I've been in the library?
because apparently you've checked out books.
I think I've signed
Specific
something?
Books. What was? Does the letter
It was
actually have a
signed.
signature?
It was signed.
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
signed.
Your signature
Sign.
was on the
Which-
ledger.
I think Zara said.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So can I have a look?
Did I grab the
Yeah,
letter?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Presumably.
Or a
You see,
page from
they
it.
look at it and very quickly go, yeah, that's not my writing. That's not my name. That's not the first time this happened. Look, the other councillors don't love the fact I'm on the council. That's a fairly open secret. My name is the one people use when they need a councillor to blame things on. What's interesting, of course, is that whoever wrote this does actually know Orca. You see that, and they point to the O in their last name. They've got the calligraphy there, so they've got 3 dots on that, and they underscore
This
the
I
N.
knew.
That's proper form. Hand you back the document. You're looking for someone who's blaming me, but who is actually smart enough to know how to do it properly.
Balthasar.
Alistair Blackthorn was in the library just before.
Balthazar speaks Elcrum. That's it.
Orcan,
And
not Okra.
well, that begins with an O, and they are therefore the same language.
Are there any other orcs on the council? I'm just
You've
trying
broken
to
down.
count.
No, there are no other orcs on the council.
Oh,
I
we definitely shouldn't have both
largely-
switched out characters.
I am actually
The council is largely
Mind you, I didn't have a
ravens
choice.
with a
I
couple
didn't
of humans.
I could have voted for this.
Electra leans over to Amanita and goes,
Although I don't know if Balthazar would have been.
This thing with the councillors, is that related? Is that related to the library theft?
All right, look, I'm packing. I'm planning to leave in
Oh.
about an hour.
You going on holiday?
I'm going home. I'd suggest all of you do the same thing.
Is there a reason?
Yeah?
You seem to be in a rush.
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Haven't heard?
Heard what?
We just look confused.
Dietrich's going to blow the whole book.
I don't know what you've been up to all day. Some absolute lunatic over in the Empire has decided to send huge numbers of proselytizers, investigators. Give me 2 seconds.
They're going to
this
be
the
knocking on
missionary?
doors all day.
It's like the questioners from all the time.
You just have to answer your door every 5 minutes.
I'm
Not
like,
across
I'm
the
out.
fence, sorry.
I am out.
Missionary?
All these Jehovah's Witnesses from the Ironclad Union.
Where-
By
I
the
am
way,
out.
if you haven't been watching like the Wheel of Time TV series, you should.
Yeah, it's meant
I've
to
seen
be.
the first few episodes.
Of the first season,
Yeah.
second season's better. But they've obviously had to have a lot of creative freedom relative to the books because each book's like 500 pages and they're doing it in like 7 episodes. So it's like,
Electroline Topher goes,
yeah, look at that.
Imperators. That's
oh, okay.
sending imperators, divine warriors, paladin types. Crossed the map.
So,
I'm not gonna-
This just went
They're
from
not knocking on
internal
doors.
forces
They're
from...
knocking down doors.
Oh.
They've crossed the. They've been seen as far west as Scadwell.
Oh my god, they cut the network and we did... Sorry, yep.
Which means the next
Wait,
place
say
they'll be
that
going
again.
is Vortna, which is
What if
where
they cut the network somewhere and that's what caused the mushroom infestation? So then we wouldn't know about the invasion. Just a wild theory. Okay, continue.
or what if? Hang on, another wild theory. What if there are multiple plays happening by different organisations
I
at the
think so, I
same
think so.
time?
Yeah.
Electra's like, what's this got to do with the theft of library books?
I don't know what your books is going on, but there's imperators as far west as Scadwell and as far north as Septon.
I think
And that's enough for me to know, see the writing on the
Well,
wall.
yeah. I would say to what's the dude's name? It's Jarl Balkan.
Okay.
Jarl.
Yes,
That is dire news.
indeed.
We will leave you to pack. West March is obviously very important.
Yes,
We
West-
hope it does not come as far north as us, but
Greensgood is here.
Please-
Morrow's Overman is around here-ish.
yeah, please
The west.
keep the council and us informed as the situation develops.
So he nods and he says, I'm sure we'll be hearing much of it in the coming weeks. Very well. I suggest if you have places to return to look after, you go there as well. Things are going to be very interesting.
I'm going to
So-
ask him. Is it the southern side that the only part they're cutting across, or have you heard anything from like Oakfold and Clinic and like that sort of like higher
Or
side?
Thornbright.
You see this, they would explain phonetically that Barrenberry is traditionally the kind of as far as you're allowed to send forces. It's kind of a shared town between the Empire and the Shadowfen. But sending stuff beyond there is not...
Oh no, I
most-
mean Oakenhold above it.
Oh, Oakenhold.
Like, are they entering from different parts of the Midlands? Or like,
You see the
or like
the orc
West
response and
Rock?
says, my knowledge is largely based on where I have kin. Whether they're passing through the West Rocks, I don't know.
Who just law wise, who like would know?
for
Council of
those
Ice?
sorts of areas,
Yeah,
I've got a
Rockhold,
list.
Crow's
I
Point.
can tell you exactly.
West Rocks.
West Rocks is... trying to shut
I need to speak to the system.
West Rocks is controlled by House. I don't have West Rocks here. West Rocks is in the Empire, but the next one over... Oh, Crow's Point is the place.
Oh, that's where there was the big battle, wasn't there?
Crow's Point, there was a big battle there. Dunlin is controlled by House Bloodbane. You know
As in
one of the
Roman
Bloodbanes,
peaceful
being
sessions.
No,
Ulrich Bloodbane,
there was
the
a
other
Ulrich
swing folk
warrior.
you were told to sway, so they would know about stuff going on there. You actually recall one of the things they were a swing voter on was because there were more and more church operations, divine church operations happening in their city. So you do in fact know that yes, that is happening there as well.
Okay, I would relay that information to.
Karlak is House Juno. There is a Juno who sits on the council who you haven't met yet.
Starfall.
Yeah.
And is it Dunla? Dunla?
Dunlan.
Dunlan.
I think. Yeah, Dunlan. That's where Ormac Bloodbane's from.
Okay.
The King of Disease, Lord of Plagues, King of Plagues, something like that. And as for super far north in like Riverwatch area, you'd be looking to talk to House High Score, who I don't think you've met anyone of yet.
So this northern area, is it like this like where does the border of the central versus iron, like versus
It's
the
all-
northerners,
it's all-
or is it all pretty?
It's all
Mixed.
pretty soft. There's no real hard borders because of the general amnesty and peace agreements following the Great Strife. The West Rocks are all mountains, so not many people live in kind of like this area. So certainly east of the West Rocks is Central Empire, west of the West Rocks is Shadowfen. As for like these places and stuff, like Crow's Point is Empire, Oakhold is Empire.
The far north, like Lowfield and is that heading up to the northerners, or is this?
The base of the mountains is where the north kind of cuts out, and then this is all Cunmulla is I think Iron Hills, Vorkum is Northern Union. Obviously all Iron Hills is kind of coloured.
Yeah.
But like places like Parabel, Cattrap, Westbank are all similarly like, kind of along the border.
So I would assume that the central guys wouldn't be going through that top to come in.
That would be a hell of a detour.
Yeah.
They'd kind of have to cut through Iron Hills, Northern, and then to get into.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So like they're probably going through Crow's Point and through the south. If
That would be the
yeah.
spots. Because everywhere is kind of, it's more a case of like which family controls each major city and whose allegiance do they have, rather than being like a hard imperial line. But yeah, so Barrenberries and Crow's Point are kind of the points of like, yeah, this is pretty much as far as the Empire is generally allowed to send their people, and there's people burning heretics all the way into the West Marsh and in Dunland.
Taking us back to this conversation we're having,
Yes.
can I ask Jarl Balkan, or would Amanita be aware of anyone who would speak Orcish on the council? No.
Hard to tell. Like,
Okay.
who do you know who speaks? Well, I suppose it's not really comparable because we don't know a lot of people who speak second languages.
Yeah.
But difficult to say.
Okay, then can I ask them if they're familiar with anyone? Orcish is a rare language around these parts.
They roll for wonderfully on the history check. So they say, "I."
+2, they're my ally. Just joking.
They can get the +2. That takes them up to a 12. You see, they say, my tongue is not what I practice here with other councillors, so it would be hard to say. I would check for the scholars. They tend to be the ones to pick up these sorts of things. Or anyone who'd spent time on the Ashland Isles.
Ooh.
Which both helps you and doesn't, because that's another thing you wouldn't really know off the top of your head.
Dietrich.
Dietrich is from the Ashland Isles, as was Norman, more or less. At this point, Jarl says, if you'll excuse me, I have much left to do.
Anyone else want? No,
No.
guide you on your way home.
And forgive my attitude, it's been a trying day.
So Electra walks out and goes, "We are no further forward on the library book issue. Who has been taking all the library books?"
Can I summon my arcane eye to Jarl Balkan's room?
Yep. Ooh.
It's invisible.
I can see it.
Yes, you can.
You're in the room, but good to know.
Well, no. If I was in the room, I could see it. Yeah.
You see Jarl Balkan is speaking with a member of his house, another orc. He speaks Orcish. Do any of you speak Orcish?
No.
No.
You don't understand the conversation. They sound agitated, unhappy. Balkan goes from kind of the kind of grumpiness he had to furious. He ends up yelling at this person as they kind of run out of the room.
Yeah.
Then picks up I don't know how long does this spell last?
It lasts ages.
Oh, cool. He then heads over, picks up a piece of paper, starts writing something in common.
What does he write?
You see he writes, "They're on to you. Return the books immediately. Our deal does not stand otherwise. I will be gone by the time you receive this."
Who's it addressed to?
It is not addressed to anyone. It's neither signed nor addressed.
Okay.
They pick it up, fold it kind of into 3 pieces, call over another person, hand to them. They start heading for the main door.
Can your eye move?
Yes, can. So I'm going to follow whoever that person is with my sensor.
Yeah, sure. Where are you physically going while this is happening?
Wandering
We
down
can
the
jump
street.
On a canoe, heading away?
Yeah.
Cool.
Taking the hobbits to Isengard.
What's the speed on that eye?
30 feet every turn.
Cool. That's enough to keep pace.
Yeah.
You see that orc head starts moving through the city. This is going to take like quite some time.
Yeah.
Is it an hour or
It's
8 hours?
It's an hour.
An hour. Or an hour will do the trick. You see that orc head into the obsidian spire.
Briar friggin', doesn't it?
As you start heading towards that through your
Has he got the canapes?
mage eye, you see around the spire this almost interference, what we call it, like TV static, in that just the colours start blurring and fizzling. The picture starts warping and turning. As the eye gets closer, it gets worse and worse and worse. You keep moving the eye closer, trying to keep track of the orc.
Oh, it's got the big
You see, as you
antenna.
get closer and closer, you Arcana check.
Because there was an anti-magic field in there.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
was.
there's
That
a
was
magic
on the
field
inside,
behind
yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's
Though you could cast magic in the audience area, and did.
awful. Oh, may not be too bad. Give me a second.
That's awful. 24.
16.
16. 16 will do the trick. It's not an anti-magic field. It's actually the exact opposite. There's too much arcane energy in the air here. The spell, basically, it's like if you put a balloon of freezing cold water and boiling water. The magic just gets drawn out of this eye. It wouldn't turn too much by the energy. And as you get to a certain point, the spell collapses at once. That takes nearly an hour.
Yeah.
So while this is all happening, do you head anywhere in particular?
I'd say we'd be following generally where it is.
Loosely
Unless
follow?
you wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's cool. I'm assuming you tell everyone what's happening?
Yeah.
Lovely. So you're near the obsidian spire. You know,
Ooh,
that orc-
fighting
I'm
pit.
flipping a coin.
They have fabulous food here.
Oh,
You've
what
not
better
been
than-
here yet. This is where Morden got whooshed. But they have really good food.
This
And
is
nice
where
wine.
The network was robbed of new memories.
Yes?
What is that supposed to be?
It's a good question. Just nod and smile.
I can still hear his voice.
So this is where he got turned into a lizard. We can probably... We could show you that place where he got turned into the lizard. Maybe he's here.
I don't think so. We know he's dead now, don't we?
No?
No, we
No.
don't.
He's still.
Okay.
You know, Isaac Manytooth is dead.
Okay,
if
yeah.
you have identified the spell correctly, which you're fairly confident you have.
Yeah.
But you still don't know what's happened to Morn.
He just vanished.
He's been gone 2 days nearly now, so it's.
And no one can.
Maybe he's come back here. I mean, he
I
had...
care. It's like literally the only point I'm here is to try to find out.
Well,
what it is.
maybe
But I'm
he's
so
come back
depressed
here.
right now, I'm like starting to get more and more convinced that he's dead.
Send him
Maybe-
to the fighting pit.
Maybe he came back here to, like, he nearly beat Rex. He really nearly did. Like, even nearer than you beat that other dude. He was nearer before he got sliced in half. Maybe he's come back
Or
here
whether I
to, like,
would
finish the
notice.
job.
From my spell
You understand
fail,
that?
would I know that if I tried to cast the same locate object,
Mhm.
that would also fail with the experience I've received?
Give me Arcana. You can just test it if you want to waste the spell slot.
No, I don't want to. That'll be a 22.
Locate object. Well, the problem with that spell in particular was that it was effectively a summoning spell.
Right, yeah.
So trying to create anything of magic here isn't going to work very well. Divination, scrying, all that's going to be blacked out, but something that's kind of discreet.
Lovely. Locate object.
Locate
Let's
object
go.
will absolutely work.
What are we locating?
The letter.
Oh,
You
okay.
get a ping, boom, moving through the lobby.
Yep.
What do you physically do? Do you go inside the obsidian spire? Do you stay outside tracking it? You've got 1,000 feet on that, so it won't go anywhere.
I put my fighting obsidian butcher's merch on.
Yep.
All the merch. I'm going in.
Going
I don't know what we're doing, but yeah.
Zaheen is following
Zaheen
in
follows.
his eye patch.
You see Orc goes in, Orc goes up to the third floor, Orc goes into a hallway, disappears. You go back into the main thing. You see obsidian butchers, these armored, deep blackish purple knights, shields, spears, the whole gear, moving about. A number of other people. You do see Rex in the lobby giving various instructions to people.
I point him out to Archeon. I'm like, that's Rex.
You can head up to the third floor to where this orc was when they dropped off your radar if you want to.
I ask one of the... in fact, I don't. I go and find Rex, because I've got Rex's autograph. And go, Rex, hi.
Oh,
good to
yes.
good to see you again. Is Bri Brigandin? I just thought I'd drop by and see if you wanted a drink this afternoon.
I'm afraid the treasurer is indisposed this afternoon.
Ah, shame. He is such good fun.
Indeed.
Have you seen my friend Mornon since you defeated him?
I'm afraid not, no. I wish to commiserate the loss with a drink, but I have been unable to reach them also.
He's been missing ever since. I was told that he was supposed to have been brought back to life after the battle. But
That is protocol. Indeed, I was taken off to heal
hasn't
myself.
been
I
seen
was
since.
gravely injured. Or I was severely wounded. I spent some time healing. Assumed the process would be done when I was finished. I would be happy to check in if you like. That is concerning if he's not been seen since.
it would be good.
None of you saw him either?
No. Could you show us, where they do the healing? Like a backstage tour?
I mean this with all respect. I do want to help find your friend. I am general of the Obsidian Butchers. I have many
But
responsibilities.
Was
I would be happy to
such
find you a guide.
great fighter.
I appreciate that. I
He
can
must have
find
been
you a
good to
guide
be able
if
to
you want.
defeat Mornon.
He was a more than worthy foe. It came down at the end to more chance than skill than I would care to imagine. He inspires me to train harder every day.
Oh, Rex, you're so lovely.
He says, I
Such a paladin.
am worried by the fact that you've not seen him since he fell. I would want to settle this now. I will check with several people who would keep records of these things. I can find you a guide if you wish, but I cannot do both.
Oh, what do we want? Him to check or to go have a look?
Amanita's already making her way
Yeah,
up to the
I'm
third
sure you
floor.
are. If you could check, that would be fabulous.
Very well. McCullum! You see a kind of small, shorter, squat toad in kind of like a squire's uniform. They look to be about like 15, like a little bit too young to actually fight. Kind of heads over and goes, yes, you're here for the tour?
I am here
Oh,
for the
good,
tour.
good. I've studied this, the history of this building and many things. We'll start with the Fighting Pigs, one of the most popular spots, and starts leading, definitely you. Do you want to go on the tour?
Yeah, sure.
And what is Zahir up to? Tour
Are you
or
going up the
following
stairs
Amanita
with-
up the stairs?
I'll follow Amanita.
Okay.
But, actually, let me just flip a coin real quick. Yeah, I'll follow Amanita.
Disgusting. I'll guidance myself as I walk up the stairs.
Wonderful. We'll do
God,
you two
yourself
first, I think.
It's like
Yep.
your
you
athletics
walk up
check on
those
walking up
stairs
those
like an
stairs.
absolute monster. Foot up
You
top,
can
down.
do it. You are unstoppable.
They never stood a chance. You head up there, up the first thing around there. The first floor of the Obsidian Tower, all these little alcoves for various statues of great warriors, and gets more room and less balcony as you go up. On the third floor, you move around. Top three floors are public, and then above that's private rooms. You head over to the hallway. It seems to be you've got a hallway going down. On the left side, there is this kind of painting of what looks to be a toad and a raven back to back, each with swords, a broken shield on the
inspect
ground in
that.
front of them. And the right hand seems to be some bathrooms.
Which side did I see before it vanished?
You can't really tell which way it was facing. You know that the paper was in this hallway before
Okay.
it disappeared.
Can I inspect the painting?
Yeah, sure thing.
Yep.
Give me an investigation check.
Just realised you're busting for a piss.
What?
Because he said on the right of bathrooms. Just being
Mind you, that is the best time to realise you need bathrooms, is when you sit.
That's a 13. Not great.
It appears like an ordinary painting. Is there anything particular you want to try
Magic.
investigating it?
Magic. Can I?
Magic? You want to do magic or you're looking for magic?
Can I detect magic?
Yeah.
With my wand?
Mhm.
That's the second.
Recently, a detect object spell was focused near here, but
Mhm.
there appears to be no magic.
Okay. Can I touch the painting?
You touch a priceless work of art. Your grubby, oily hands smearing it.
She does not have oily hands.
The oils in your... You're made of mushrooms. The
I am.
oils in your hands leave a slightest imprint of a
Divine
hand
sense.
on the glass of the painting.
Divine sense.
Divine sense?
I'm just
Nothing
imagining
particular.
the Mr. Bane movie now. Like she goes to
When
the janitor tries to clean it and then it starts like disintegrating.
Oh,
No!
I love that movie.
I'm going to leave you two there for the minute.
Yeah.
The two of you going on the tour as McCullen is leading you down to the fighting pits. They give you a little bit of the history of the building.
More McCullen, give us the voice.
Prior to the Mage War, this was actually the Mages Guild's headquarters, served as one of the places of the High Wizard. Prior to that, still, we believe it was some sort of research facility for other adventurers. With the establishment of Mage after the Mage War and the Declination, all these things, it became less useful for such things and has been used for various military organisations. The Obsidian Bush was, of course, founded 250 years ago. As of next year, we'll be having an anniversary. I'm very excited for that.
Oh, a party!
Oh, yes, indeed.
Fabulous. I'll see if I can get back here for that.
Obsidian Spire is a little bit of a misnomer. It's actually made mostly of a particular variety of basalt and granite, but there is obsidian in the structure, of course. It continues on very much in that way of half ranting facts to you about the building, half, giving you history.
I'm
and that sort
really
of pieces.
interested. You are so knowledgeable and clever. I'm really glad that Rex chose you to take us round rather than come around himself. I mean, he's a good fighter, but I'm sure there's nobody who knows more about this place than you do.
Oh, you're very nice, but the Obsidian scribes are far more knowledgeable than I am.
Really?
They keep the official records and such.
But you're so young. You have so much capacity, so much knowledge for one so young.
Give me a persuasion or a performance check.
Okay.
You see, as you get to the fighting ring, they check the runes are on the outside there on an anti-magic field. We think this was actually originally a Wizards Dueling tournament before it was converted now.
26.
Where it allows those with magic to still do that.
like it.
Absolutely. Very charming.
Oh my god!
So,
What?
I could have comprehend languages before on the...
you could have done.
Would that work through the eye, do you think?
I don't know.
It's been
Probably.
abused. And also, it's
Yeah,
past,
no,
I'm afraid.
yeah, it's past. I'm just... The bug.
No, I just like doing this.
So, could you show me?
She's got like a little bit of rusty hinge.
I quite like the behind the scenes thing. So, like, I saw Rex totally that Mornon dude. It was amazing.
You knew more.
I saw the fight.
Oh, I was there as well. It was incredible. I've
It
never
was-
seen Rex shaken that much.
Where did they get taken out after that? What happens next?
Oh, well, that's down into the healing wings and the recovery centers. I'm afraid I don't have access there, but
Really?
I suppose. I guess if we're quick,
Okay.
leads you kind of down to the place that you had been before, where you
Yep.
spoke about Sir Aaron, into those same very small
Oh, with the
corridors in
weird-
which there are no need for canapes.
The no canapes place.
Are the same guards on duty?
Johnny, you've got to wake up! Johnny! They're long gone. But leads you kind of around there, moving very quickly. The rooms along here would be the individual medical wings where we take the sort of fighters and that sort of thing.
Is there a general rule? Like, does Rex always go? Like, does the home team always go to like one medical wing and like the challenger go somewhere else, or do they mix and match?
No, it's just kind of what's free and where's where. You can also get to these from the lower levels going up, which the trainees use.
What's in the lower levels?
There I really can't take you. That's only for the initiated knights. I'm not even allowed to.
Oh my goodness!
Sure, you'll get there if you eat your vitamins and say your prayers.
Stands up really strong. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
and you'll get some of these 26 siege pythons.
So did you see? Did you see where Morning went when he came out?
No, I was just spectating there. It was my break, luckily.
Oh, you got to see from the top. That's where I was.
Yes.
The view was fantastic.
Oh, wasn't it?
There was so much blood. It was amazing.
They start like analysing the fight really quickly. And,
Yeah.
I particularly liked the Monon's invisibility was inspired. Really, really genius.
It took Rex a long time to throw the sand at him, I thought.
It did. I think
thought
Rex
he
must
gave-
have been evaluating the options.
Absolutely. I mean, when he did that and then went whoosh, it was like superb final maneuver.
Yes, he must have known it.
Yeah, he was waiting for it.
Back upstairs.
Yeah.
Unless Archeon wanted to add anything down there during that tour. Back upstairs. Painting, smudged handprint on the glass. No magic. Bathroom on your right hand side. Painting on the left. Looks like there was once a
Hasn't
window on
missed
the
the
far side of the wall, but it's
trying
been
to
kind
fix it.
of
Dissolved.
blasted over. It's not dissolving. It's not doing much of anything. What would the two of you like to do?
I feel like maybe the painting, there's something behind the painting.
He's mentioned the bathroom twice. I think you need to go to the toilet.
To be fair, I painted the painting 3 times.
Yeah.
And the window once.
Maybe there's a secret.
Alright,
compartment
let me
behind
just go to the bathroom and think on this while you decide what we're doing next.
No pressure. But,
Okay.
I'm leaving.
Can I lift the
What a
painting a little
cop
bit?
out.
You can. This is a big, like,
I
big,
don't
know why I
like,
can
like
decisions
metal
off
frame
the
glass. Like, it'll be
Yeah.
and probably a bit suspect what you're doing.
Yeah,
You're-
okay.
I suggest
You're
you
in
go
a
into
horror
the
I'll go
sequence.
into the
toilet.
bathroom.
It's like
I'll
people
go into the
talk.
bathrooms.
Yeah, for sure. You go into the privy.
So you both go in the bathroom.
Confusing, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a privy. There's 3 stalls. There's a little bucket with a thing of like ash and soap to wash your hands in. There's a kind of arrow slit for a window there.
Yeah.
Do they have plumbing?
Not so much like indoor plumbing.
Drop off.
Yeah,
Detect
probably.
magic showing anything?
Detect magic shows that there is a alteration spell on one of the bricks on the wall here.
Ooh.
Oh.
What type of magic?
Alteration.
So, like, something's been changed about it. It's been...
That's Hall of Magic, yes.
Alright. Grab the stone.
It's a brick in the wall.
Yep.
You touch it, it seems to be just another brick in the wall. There's no immediate response.
Oh god, I don't know. It's giving me Harry Potter vibes. Do I have Dispel Magic?
Say.
Can I Dispel Magic on it?
What level would you like to cast a spell?
Oh no! I'll just cast it at 3rd level.
Can you spell attack roll, please?
It's high. It's high. We found a stone, and it's a stone.
Are you in the toilet
Can you
together?
cast comprehend?
But
This
I
is-
so much talk about
this
toilet,
is-
so I was like,
This has progressed
Yeah,
quickly.
you both
This
go
has.
to the toilet.
This has progressed quickly. You've both gone to the toilet
Can
and
you
found a
cast
stone.
comprehend languages on the stone?
There's a stone?
The parcel time language.
There is one brick in the wall is glowing with detect magic as having alteration magic attached to it.
I'm trying to dispel
I
it.
touched the stone.
Excuse me.
I try and move the stone.
It's a brick in a wall. Walk me
I
through
try
it.
and like you know how like going around the edges. I'm trying to like push it or pull it. Or, like,
Give me an athletics check.
athletics.
It's using
I
my
suggest you pay
spellcasting
by-
modifier.
11.
Right?
Make a spell attack.
Spell attack.
11? No, you can't.
Hang on, what is mine? Okay, 15.
Nothing seems to happen.
Oh no! What?
Try kissing.
Oh, it's 5th level or higher.
6th level, okay. 15 level left on 5th level spell. Back downstairs.
Cool.
So
Very cool.
you see, unless you do anything about
It's
it,
like
McCullen brings the tour back
Princess.
to the fighting room.
Princess and the Frog. Like
I
You're not
just
kissing
wanted to.
I've wasted
It is a brick in a
so many
toilet.
stars.
I wanted to get a feel for the layout in terms of. I know where
You get poison damage.
is it Manytooth, where we found him,
Yeah,
and therefore Mornan wasn't there.
yes. So you'll
So
excuse me
I'm
waving
just-
my hands around a lot, but you've got kind of a central circle
Yeah.
fighting ring, and then lots of corridors around it in circles and arcs that make it very difficult to tell what's going on.
Yeah.
And then presumably a bunch of rooms around them.
Yeah.
It's disorienting almost to the point it seems intentional.
Okay.
Not impossible to find your way around, but there's a lot of just rooms down here. Your guess is this has been converted from some other space. If it's symmetrical, then presumably the large room you found just near one of the entrances where Isaac went into is there'd be another one near the entrance on the opposite side of the arena.
Mm-hmm.
If it's symmetrical.
Yeah.
But hard to tell.
Okay.
And the kind of leads you.
Yep, that's fine.
I had guidance going. Could I have had guidance?
Not to a spell. Leads you back up there. Takes the tour into the Gallery of Honor, a big place with lots of statues, scrolls, kind of artifacts of war, that sort of thing. Leads you through various things there. We call this the such and such and this thing. And so on and so on. From the catalogue of such and such. Continues leading you through there. There's lots of bits and pieces, lots of exposition that if you need to know anything about the Obsidian Butchers or the Obsidian Tower, I'll relay back to you in the future as you need.
Yep. Okay.
Would I be able to stay in here for 10 minutes and identify the spell that's being used on?
You can cast Identify on the brick. Yeah.
On the brick, yep. I'll just
That's
stay
fine.
there.
So-
ask what the Obsidian Butchers stand for. What's that?
The Obsidian Butchers, when they were devised, were the right hand of the aristocracy and the kings and queens that held the tribes of Shadowfell together. Since the strife and the institution of the council, we are the sword and the shield of free discussion and democracy and trade in the Shadowfell. We protect the council and their decisions. We help defend Greensgood from intruders, and when needed, we go to other places that need our support to defend up the council's positions there.
Okay. So when we get to
the CIA.
Oh, that's so much worse.
Yeah,
So when
they
we get-
are an extremely elite force that works directly for the council that does their bidding with little to no oversight.
So when we get to the end
Yeah,
of
they're not great
No.
people.
I was being negative. I thought I was being really harsh on them. For a second.
No.
And you're like, nowhere
It's
near
so
harsh
much
enough.
What he's just said is we do what the council tells us to, and when we need to, we go and destroy coups.
Yeah. But he's like, for freedom.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's defending the.
But yeah, that is true.
Democracy of the council.
I was kind of right though. The CIA does that sneakily, and then when they can't do it sneakily, then the US Army does it by force.
Yeah.
so
basically the same.
when we
They
get to
just
the
do
end
both.
of this tour, I'm going to
There's just not a lot of soft ways to do that.
Yeah, they don't.
Magic medieval stuff.
I'm
they don't
going
pay
to
people
I'm going
straight
to
them.
I'm going to lean in when we get Amanita's like, oh god, what's she gonna do now?
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I'm excited.
I'm going to lean in when we get to the end of this tour and go, thank you so much for your time and all of your intelligence. You are going to make an amazing night. And I slip him a gold piece for his trouble, which is probably going to be like a week's worth of
Yeah.
wages
Yeah.
plus.
It's a lot more than
Yep.
squire wages.
Yeah. And go, I've heard rumour there's an invasion coming. Just for people who know information and know who would want information, there could be opportunities for promotion for a bright young thing like yourself.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage, please.
I'm making
It's
friends
pretty
with
bright
high quality,
Yeah.
with high quality information sources.
Ah,
It's
yes.
like
Squires.
15-year-olds in the fighting ring. The tour
Hey, in
guide.
20 years' time.
The tour guide. This will pay off with my autograph book at some point in the future. At some point in the future.
Hey, look, we're planning to do time skips at some
Yeah,
point in this
exactly.
campaign, potentially. Could be interesting.
18. What am I doing? Performance persuasion.
You can
No,
go
it doesn't
Honestly,
matter.
it's a
18.
slide when he said
27.
27,
Whoa.
absolutely. You see, I wouldn't worry, miss. There's nothing to be too worried about. A couple of the units are heading down over to those sorts of places where we're having some trouble, and I'm sure we'll get it all straightened out. I'm hoping next month to go out with the support troops and get some field action.
That's very exciting. And when I next see Rex, I'll let him know that you would be an excellent candidate.
He stands up really straight again and says, "Thank you, miss, thank you."
Where was the last few places that you guys were deployed?
Oh, I haven't been out yet. I'm still learning the ropes. It's not really talked about where the troops are sent.
Okay.
I know the last person I was studying under had just been sent over to the West Marsh, but they didn't say where. Spoke to some people last week who'd been all the way down at the capital city of the Swarmlands. He actually says the name of it, which is Neshoka. All the way down at Neshoka. Down near the docks there for something. Back from a very long trip.
Good to know.
Nods. Says, if there's anything else I can get you, do let me know.
Make sure you work out hard.
Yes,
Get your vitamin C prayers.
Yes, sir. Every night.
And you will get where you want to go.
Big nod, big smile. Heads back off.
Alright, let's go.
All right.
Identify.
Back upstairs. Identify.
If we've been there for enough time, I'm gonna...
Yeah, absolutely. You can cast identify. Let me check what the identify spell actually does.
Identifies things.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah.
Never would have guessed
Shocker.
that spell book.
I learn it's... yeah,
It's all right description.
Yeah.
Touch the spell. Its properties and how to use the item. Awesome. You spend 10
Should've done
minutes
that in the
in
first
that bathroom. Roll me an encounter check to see if anyone comes into these bathrooms while you're standing there with a hand against the bridge for 10 minutes. In fact, roll me 2.
Oh no.
Should busy
Both of them will be
toilet.
above a 5. Well, I mean, 10 minutes. Like,
How for 5?
5 does trigger.
No!
As you're standing there with your hand against the thing, casting a spell, you see, having just finished the tour, McCullen walks in.
I assume I see him.
Yeah.
Council business, go back to your rooms.
I will immediately distract him
How do you do
by walking out of the bathroom
that? Okay.
and passing him and being like, "Oh, weren't you the guy?" Because
Ah! Give me
You!
give me a performance
Hey
check.
you!
14.
I might have broken him with my high quality.
Remembering, like, I cannot be surprised either. So, like,
You
I
see
would've
as they're kind of hopping a little on their right leg, then on their left, and you say, I just a minute, I really need to get you. I just need to get.
Oh, he's doing the wee
morning
dance.
towards the bathroom.
That's why I was speaking so fast and too hard.
yes. I forget that people. No,
He's already on the way to the toilet when Rex was
Just
like,
because I don't eat or drink, so I don't need to pee, right? Like, isn't it a bit odd that a reborn is in a toilet? Because, like, they don't actually eat or drink, so...
For sure. Do you think people can tell your
Yeah, like, my skin is, like, white. Like ghostly, like...
You don't look
half
too
decayed.
well. Are you all right?
But that's why he's in here.
I am very well, thanks.
Oh, good. Can you get out the way, please?
Tell him to go around.
I think there's actually been a little accident in the bathroom. Is there another one nearby?
What do you mean? They start trying to look past you.
That's not a very, very
Give me a
nice sight.
deception check.
10.
There's no way a 10's going to cut it. Yeah. You see, they say, that's all right. I'm sure it's nothing too bad. Please move. So they kind of put a hand on your, like, they don't push you out there, but they kind of put a hand on your right side, start moving to the left to get past.
Okay, I let him past.
They walk into the bathroom, immediately walk into a store, close the door.
They don't even see Amanita?
They're in a hurry.
Oh, they're boss.
The 10 minutes isn't up by the time they open up the stall again, and as they're kind of washing their hands, they kind of look over at you, standing there, hand against the wall, casting a spell with verbal components, and go, are you alright?
I look at the creepiest way I possibly can.
In intimidation?
Oh, he's my friend. You don't know that.
Oh no.
So he was going to become like the next Rex, but now he's just going to fucking...
Are you... Actually, I'm going to do a check.
I'm wearing my council robes, by the way, still.
Oh, no.
What level spell is Identify? Is it first?
First, yeah. Oh, God.
You can see this entire interaction happening just by the way.
Yes.
You see they say, are you casting a spell?
The Sisterhood does not adhere to your normal conceptions of magic.
You're privy. Very confused. Give me a... I'll let you do deception or persuasion, I think, for that
The
one.
toilet episode.
Yeah. I think this is getting more reactions than the Ubus the Hunter fight.
Well, it didn't last very long. I got my ass kicked.
Actually, hang on, I've got
I turned to a dragon and it still killed me.
Kenku, give me a second. I've just
Brutal.
forgotten my racial feats.
Your racial
Yes.
feats, you're a giant
I can
mushroom.
give myself advantage
Oh,
on...
advantage. There you go.
Oh no, that's perception. Damn it! No!
You have inspiration, at least.
No, I don't.
Ah, that's a shame.
Oh yeah, I should use that, shouldn't I?
9.
9. You see, they, at this point, say, I'm going to need to let someone know you're here when they start leaving.
I look at you.
Oh,
Oh, you realise the Heem's here, right?
This 15-year-old
Well, she doesn't.
toes.
don't kill my contact.
I draw my side
Up to me.
and say that would not be wise.
Give me an intimidation check.
Oh
If you
god.
roll low here, you're going to fight them.
No!
I rolled low.
You see, they draw what you presume is like a short sword they hold like a bastard sword because it's a little too large for them. And they say, on behalf of the Obsidian Butchers, I need to get past.
I am totally.
Oh god.
We're starting a fight in the toilet.
Where the
Of the
You're
obsidian
hauled
spire.
outside the
Have they got out the toilet?
so I imagine you're standing like outside the door to the
And I'm just
bathroom,
inside.
and you're inside the
No, I walked back inside the bathroom when I saw
Okay,
this
cool.
exchange. So like we would still be in the
You're
bathroom.
between him and the door.
Yeah. And I would like have closed the door behind me as I drew the
Yeah.
side. Yeah.
So
I'm
you are
assuming.
having a fight in the third floor toilet
Yep.
of the obsidian spire
Yep.
over a funny looking brick.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're probably
There
With
are
my
so
contact.
many soldiers downstairs.
With my contact.
Jesus Christ, what are we doing?
I am going to.
Fucking hell.
The fun thing is, at this point, there's no way out of this. This is an absolute disaster. Well, I can't see one. Maybe that.
I'm gonna.
I'm chatting
Cast
to all the
Breath of
remaining
Smite.
guards.
Oh no, you're not.
Ooh. Yeah, all right.
And then.
Because I have no idea
If
what's
you're going
going
in for
on.
an attack, we're going to roll initiative.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
going into the
Let's
test.
do
Yeah.
initiative.
Right.
I need some stats for this poor
I
person.
have no idea where they've gone or what they're
That's
doing.
an initiative for like 22. So, you know.
Not a night yet.
I'm chatting to the merch guy.
What are we
Just take Rex and just dumb him down 2 levels.
We're not killing
Ah, yes. You go. As we all know, you go from being the general, and then 2 levels before that is
Squire.
Squire.
Oh,
Squire
with a
has-
slightly too big bastard sword.
Don't
Oh,
put
bless
don't
him.
put what the town
You're
does.
rolling initiative
That's
too, I
it.
assume.
Well, he is now
You're
because he got a
initiative
G
too,
up
I
from
assume.
Hulk Hogan. So he
Wait,
is
am
that
I in
person.
initiative as well now?
So if you do anything in initiative, you'll break this
Yeah.
ritual. You'll
But
have
how
to start
far
back
into
10
the
minutes.
ritual are we? Because that took like a minute of...
Let's say it's 2
That was the
things. So
second
that's
one.
3 minutes in, you get no encounter. 6 minutes in, you hit the encounter. 2 minutes of messing, and you're 8 minutes through the 10-minute ritual.
So 20
Ooh.
If you
turns.
can just not kill them...
Yeah, if you can just
For
knock them out of
20
restraint.
moves.
How many hit points do you have? I'm just trying to find a creature that matches you.
I hate this
68.
die. I hate this die.
How many?
68.
68. Okay. That seems pretty fair. We'll
We couldn't
ditch some
understand the New Zealandese.
points though.
We obviously were not expecting a toilet encounter with the 15
Yeah, shockingly, I don't have a map for this one. All right,
I'll find
let's
one.
roll initiative.
Please find some kind of spell that incorporates the toilet.
This die is weighted.
I've
is-
taken Archeon to the merch store.
Of course, you have.
Yes. I'm showing him all the merch.
Do they have Mornon merch since he performed so well?
That's
I'll
a
definitely
valid
buy some
question.
Mornon.
That's a
That
7
is a
from,
valid question. We
McKinnon
can go and
on
ask
initiative.
that.
I got 22.
They make
so-
scarves.
I got a 15.
You see, as they're kind of staring through that, you lurch them with your scythe. What would you like to do?
Well, try to take.
Do
his head
not kill the child!
No, so first attack because I get 2 attacks.
Everyone's a
Teenage
child.
CIA.
First attack is only like a 9 to hit. So
You see, you bring it. You see, they managed to block your scythe with. They look surprised. Then actually.
and then that one.
You see, you pull back the scythe and get the tip kind of stuck on the sword.
You're marrying for the frog, dude.
And I'm just gonna like stand in front of the doorway so they can't get past even if they wanted to.
Yep.
Um,
They are going to try and shove you out the way rather than attack you to start with. They go in for their first shove. Can I get an athletics check from you, please? Ha! So,
It's like assumed you rolled it down one.
athletics is 17.
23.
Oh my god.
They don't have a lot they add to that. They roll really well. They just kind of full weight of their little round froggy body push you back 5
I
feet.
forgot it was a frog.
We'll call it 15 foot from the door.
He was super inspired by my G-ups.
Absolutely, they're hearing in their head.
What?
You see, as they're shouting, they're muttering to themselves, "Take your vitamins, say your prayers. Take your vitamins, say your prayers. Take your vitamins, say your prayers." They get 2 attacks. Second shot, can I get another athletics check?
I don't know. I think there's something about a small 15-year-old big
Oh, dude.
frog.
18.
18. They bang into you again, but this
What?
time you resist. So you're 10 foot away
Okay.
from the door. That's their turn.
I lined this up
Compelled
without even
drill.
realizing how appropriate it was going to be. But this is this guy.
Now let me tell you something, brother. You walk in this beat shop.
Oh, wait.
You still got the shirt on, Jack. Well, let me tell you something. I'm sorry, but I forget you. I'm 6 years old.
I see you fighting, but as a toad.
You know, when I have kids, I want them to be like that.
Oh, goodness me.
There's passion. There's like pure passion. Brilliant.
Guy.
Okay,
that what
so
you've
first,
done?
I'm going to go in for an attack.
That's this guy now.
Does a
obsidian frog?
23 hit,
Absolutely hits.
which means that triggers. Can he also wisdom save as well?
Wisdom
You're
save.
gonna smite the 15-year-old frog, aren't you?
Yeah, I need.
Fail. I imagine it's a 13.
Okay, so he's frightened of me,
So he's gonna try and run away.
and
Back into the toilet.
Yeah, true.
that is 7 damage.
7
I
damage
can't believe
Wait,
you're
is
just
it? No.
standing there trying to
No,
identify.
it's
right,
not.
it's
It's not
the smite.
7.
plus your attack.
Sorry, no, it's not 7. It's that plus. It's a D10, not a D6 like a ball. Sorry.
I just want to find out what this
Uh,
does.
It's only 8. So I'm treating it.
Becomes frightened of you. That's. Do you get a second?
Oh, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sorry, I forgot to have the plus. I do get a second attack. I'm going to run around the other side of him, so I'm between him and the door.
Yep. I was mentioning. Yep. You're between him and the door.
Does a 18 hit?
18 does hit. Yes.
Just. So that's 7, 8, 9, 10 damage.
10 damage.
And then
Are you aiming to incapacitate this person or kill them?
good question. Isn't that the same? So he doesn't really care. He's not trying to do non-lethal damage.
Cool.
Put it that way.
Yep. You drive a scythe into their kid's shoulder. Kid's probably the wrong way. Into the page's shoulder.
Because he's frightened of me,
Yeah.
I'm going to say, this is your last chance to leave this room alive.
Give me intimidation with advantage.
Oh my gosh.
If you can concentrate on your spell.
21. Oh, no, wait, sorry,
Waste the
advantage.
spell
No. It's 17.
17. Dead silent, doesn't say anything, lip quivering. They are frightened of you. They will do what you say. What do you tell them to do?
Can I speak?
Not really. A little bit, but not a lot.
Okay. Here's what's going to happen. You will sit on that privy and pretend you are doing your business. And I will heal you a little bit as a gesture of goodwill. And then, when we have left, you can leave.
And you will not speak of this.
Walks backwards into the privy. Sits there.
Wise move.
Annual.
And at that, it is 5 past 10.
Cannot believe.
We will wrap up.
Can I learn what the spell is?
Sure. 2 minutes passes, you finish to identify that brick. When one of any approved persons touch the brick, it activates a teleport.
Ooh.
The teleport goes to somewhere else in the building, but I don't think you can tell exactly where just with an identifier.
Okay.
You are not one of the approved persons.
Okay.
How damaged looking did that poor fellow?
Bloodied, so about half.
About half.
We're gonna have to
Yeah.
purge that kid.
If you give them 20 hit points, they'll be close enough to notice.
Okay, I will. 7, 14 plus 3, so 17.
Okay?
Close enough.
They look very near to full.
And then I pass him the.
Do you take his sword at all?
I really wish that
No.
I could have a modified memory.
I pass him the cleansing stone.
Yep.
And say, clean yourself up.
Yep, so that's clean.
Well, no, it's like a magic item that just like magically activates and cleans all the dirt and grime off his clothes.
And we go and see if there's any morning merch at the merch stall.
Absolutely. We will start next
This could
week
still
in the
be a
morning
problem later.
Yeah.
In the morning merch
This
stall.
is definitely a
This
problem.
is definitely a problem.